there, everybody, and welcome to Roll with Advantage. Welcome to session 100 of the Salamander Coast. Very excited to be here today. There is a lot of stuff going on that I'm very excited to dig into. But before we can do any of that, we need to roll the intro and then dive in to the session. And we're back. So let's go ahead and dive in. As is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I
always the worst time.
Do not do the summary. The players do the summary. This week on summary is Cameron. I was like, what a time to forget, because I didn't know. All righty, Cameron, whenever you're ready, take it away, my homie.
I'm gonna be completely real, and just because it's our 100th, and I don't want to do a sloppy job, and it's been like prep for finals week, so I am going to, if I may, quote Mark's summary from the chat with permission of the group.
Only if you compliment me 3 times.
Mark, you look very beautiful today.
Thank you.
Mark, you are one of the smartest people I know.
Thank you.
And Mark, you are one of the kindest people I know.
All right, go ahead.
And you know what? Honestly, would it be a session of Salamander Coast if Cameron didn't forget something? You know what I'm saying? At least we're keeping
session
it
100.
100. Go for it.
Consistent.
Inconsistently consistent.
That's like that's my thing right there.
There you go. All right, take it away.
All right. Last we left off, Thor had asked the party to sit as he had remained standing, roaming around the table and resting his hands on their shoulders as he talked. He recounted the many wrongs both they and his family had committed to one another, but said that he wanted to turn a new leaf. His daughter, Thrud, had taken the place of Balder and would be searching for the party soon. He gave the party a simple threat, hurt his remaining child, and he would abandon all politics and kill every last one of them. The party agreed, mostly out of necessity. Thor taunted Cecily before leaving, saying they weren't so different, forced them to remain rational when they should be unleashing the storm. After the others rushed to Ildan to make sure he was okay, Cecily went to the roof to be alone. She overheard the party discussing how to handle Thrud and how to handle her and her emotions. Bianca eventually came up to her. She insisted that she wanted to hear how Cecily felt, even though Cecily had become convinced that her feelings didn't matter anymore. Bianca assured her that none of them knew what they were doing, that they also felt the conflict between heart and mind. They had to think, but there still needed to be space to feel. Cecily encouraged Bianca to let her guard down for a moment and stop being a politician for a moment. And the two shared a cry on the roof as the last of Thor's storm cleared up. When the sun came up, they saw that the city of Periton was alive, significantly recovered from when they last saw it. The two agreed to do both and find space for both thinking and feeling more often. The others caught up with Suna, who was helping the city reconstruct with her knowledge of stones. She also informed them of the people's willingness to join the fight. Thousands were prepared to march, but the party worried that their safety and the city's well-being if they lost even more people. Suna also identified the stone in Suni's heartbeat ring and the stone that powered his moonblades as Ryanite. When she put on the ring, however, she felt no heartbeat. Ajax went for a walk. He saw the battle sites, now in recovery, eventually coming upon the spot that Natalia had died in his arms. He ran to Ildan, and after leaving flowers on that spot, followed him to talk. He explained that he felt the need to distance himself from the past, a world in which violence was more often the solution. But Ildan, though that Natalia, if she were there, would remind Ajax that he was not just a fighter, but a protector, and that he should keep that part of him intact. They ended up by a statue for Natalia, and the 13,000 others that died on that day, constructed where the Tower of Isin once stood. Ajax found a piece of the crumbled tower and added it to his mane. The party prepared to take a boat towards Maester, prepared to get off and walk once the river turned to ice. Cecily walked with Suna to buy loads of bread for the trip and asked her about the ring. Suna explained that she probably felt no heartbeat because she lost a special someone long ago. Cecily apologized and offered more bread, the only thing she could really think to do to help. Finally, the party, some allies, and 45 of Periton's best guards boarded the ship. Ajax trained with Bianca and Suni along the way, while Cecily and Caracilla mostly relaxed. When they arrived, they saw that the Bolaroros' ward was active and that some of the frost was beginning to melt for the first time in months. Many factions had arrived in the time they were missing, thousands of soldiers at their disposal. They saw many familiar faces and were relieved to see that of Niall and Victor were in charge of the numerous loyalists, not Draven. They also saw Patel and the Arboreals, Awen and her guard, Typho and the Golden Heart, Lightbearer Hrothgar, Batai and the Basilisks, Liliana and Ilithar with the All-Seeing, Alika and the Brotherhood, and finally a group of Loshari monks with the now awakened Tyr. And that was our last one.
I'd just like to say that most of those typos were indeed me. So,
That's fair. But here's the thing. Would it be 100th session if it just started normally? I don't think so. Before we dive in to this melting maester, the ice slowly breaking away and slopping off the rooftops, before we dive into countless battle plans, preparation for the war at hand, no, we need to look elsewhere. Something has been brewing far away from the Wanderers. Something has been brewing far away from the Forerunners. But one of the parties is indeed getting closer and closer. As we slowly fade to black, we can feel the churning of raw, unfiltered magic. The tumultuous, radioactive nature of it, raw and unfiltered. Massive surges of magic, flashes of raw creation energy, and then darkness. We turn our attention to the tear deep within. Far in the astral sea, a crack appeared in the sky. The very fabric of reality began to break. The Dark One's first assault against the fabric of reality. Deep within that tear, deep within the center, this roiling black hole, deep within exists a small pocket dimension. A land, this pocket dimension of brimstone, fire, and sand. A land where, as far as the heroes of Illica know, only 3 exist. Mezan Kelnos, one of the Forsaken. Cassius Finch, another of the Forsaken. Finally, Solvis Immariel. As we move throughout this tumultuous, desolate land, we see A man. Robes tattered, of white and gold. Hair now, what was once short and kept, now long to his shoulders. Even scraggly hair begins to grow out of his face in a similar blonde shade. And two purple eyes. You see him lean up against a rock. Gods, when will it end? You see him look around the desolate wasteland. He looks up towards the sky. When will they come? Soon, please, God, soon. See him look around behind rocks. Past long, rocky mountain ranges. You see, as he returns center, your eyes follow with him as you look left and then right. And as you turn back to center where you were looking before, you no longer stand alone. Emeriel no longer stands alone. A tear in front of him appears. And emerging from this tear is a man so incredibly similar in appearance. Clean shaven, short hair, two eyes of amethyst. He looks down on this poor imitation, this peasant groveling. The disdain in his eyes is unmatched to anything you've ever seen. So, this is what it comes to. You sit, and you wait, and you hope, and you pray for someone to come and save you. You really are pathetic, aren't you? You can see as Emeriel sort of leans back and exhales. There is no shame in asking for help or hoping for it. Not at all. And whatever magic you try to use now to trick me, to convince me otherwise, it won't work. You can see the darker version scoffs and says, "You are injured." So he looks down, and all of you can see now that Emeriel, that has been trapped within this realm, scraggly golden white clothing, you can see that his left arm is entirely missing. There is nothing there but a draping of fabric. What do you think is going to happen to you when you leave this pocket? When the magic that fuels the simulacrum that you are, what do you suppose will happen to you? You will melt. You will become nothing more than a small puddle. I will give you a second chance. There is only one person in these plains that is strong enough to save you. And it's me. I don't want your help. I can do this on my own. Is it really on your own, though? Without me, without you, you have to sit and beg like a dog. We're better than this. You know what we sacrificed, even if it's locked away in your mind. You know what we gave up, and you know what we become. Together. Together we could change that. No more breaking. No more cycle. We could end it. We could be in control. Don't you understand? That is not for us to decide. I do not want your help. I will never want to join you, to aid you in whatever you wish to do. I know what you're capable of. I was so close to becoming a monster just like you. And I won't. Very well. Fine. Then you know what will happen then. Even if it's shut away, even if you used all type of magic to remove those memories, you know what will happen. It will all come crumbling down. And we'll repeat this cycle again and again and again and again. But very well. For your sake, I hope they come and save you soon. It would get lonely without you. And you can see the darker Emeriel step back through the portal they had emerged through and leave. You can see the Emeriel that is left behind exhales. And you hear a voice shouting out in the distance. Solvus! We will keep hunting you, and hunting you, and hunting you. There is nothing you can do to stop us. You are the greatest reward we could ever give to him. If you make this easy, you know he will make you one of us. No more fear of death. You can see Emeriel, he exhales and sort of peeks around the corner. And you can see him skulk off in a direction behind more boulders, moving into a small cave system. And at that point, we peel away as we follow Emeriel into the darkness. We eventually fade to this melting maester. You can see golden rays of sunshine bear down on the city of Maester. Snow melts, and thousands of people look upon you. incredibly happy for your return. So, oh, that's not what we want. As we cut back to the city of Maester, the hustle and bustle is incredibly dense. All of these people gather around you, and in this one small pocket, there is a moment of quiet experienced by two people. As Cecily, you look up as, out of necessity, honestly, as you look upon your father, Tyr. As he stands there, you see a man maybe 8.5, 9 feet tall. A man with giant's blood. Same as Tyr, or same as Thor. As you look upon him, you see he drops down to one knee, and you see he hugs you. As he squeezes you, he doesn't say anything initially. He just holds you. And you hear his hand kind of ruffle against and squeeze a little bit into the leaves of Cecily that you have around your arm. And you hear him, in a sigh, say, "The garden. You kept the weeds from the garden."
She would have this short moment of disbelief where she's arms at her side in shock, but as soon as he says that, there's going to be a very tight reciprocation of the embrace. She'll just kind of bury into him as much as she can with her body that is probably a quarter of the size of him. Just one of these hugs. Mm-hmm. Not much wrap around.
Yeah. Okay. So he continues to hold, and you can see all of the rest of you sort of look upon this moment, and you honestly swear you've never seen Cecily look smaller because of the size of the man that holds her, as he eventually pulls back and rests his arms on your shoulders, Cecily, and says, "I believe you and I have a lot to talk about."
Yeah, I think we do. She's gonna just kind of like briefly, like she's suddenly remembering where she is. She's gonna turn back around to everybody and just have like a big holy shit face. Just for a sec. And then turn back. How long have you been back?
Well, I think now only a few days. But as soon as it was returned to me, I knew what needed to be done. With Laufey and the others in Loshar, we dropped everything to come to your aid immediately.
I am sorry, Cecily. I know that I might not need to say it, but I feel as though I have to. So much of your life was robbed from you. And I know I cannot get that time back to you. But I will do everything in my power to make it up to you.
She won't know what to say yet, and just kind of be looking at the ground with the gravity of that. But yeah, she'll just be ready to talk to him, hoping that there's not other pressing business that anyone else wants her for.
Yeah, as he says that, and there's that moment of silence, you can see Captain Fedorov does approach all of you and says,
Well, I'm very glad that all of you made it back all right. Keothi told us what had happened, and, well, we were incredibly nervous that you would not be making it back, but when we received word from you, Ajax, Liliana did, we knew you would be all right. And, there is much to discuss. Between myself, Niall, and Victor, Liliana, as well as Hrothgar, the Lightbearer, he wished to speak with all of you.
Hrothgar's here.
Yes, he is.
and you can see Fedorov. You still have like all of these people gathered around, just sort of looking at all of you. You can see Fedorov trying to like look over the people.
I cannot see him from here, but he is here.
I believe
To meet as soon as we can. We've been away long enough. Cecily, if you want to take a moment, we can always fill you in.
Yeah, okay. Might be a long moment, but
take as much time as you need.
okay.
Don't worry about it.
You can see Tyr looks to you, Cecily, and says,
I know it may be hard to wait, but if you feel as though you need to be there for that information, you can be there. I promise you I am not going anywhere.
No. I'm not waiting anymore.
and he'll
Just,
nod.
tell Hrothgar I asked how he's been. Tell Alika I said what's up. Give a stern nod to Liliana, and that'll be good. I probably wouldn't have said much anyway.
Well, your input would have mattered, and we will make sure you are filled in, and if things need to change, last minute changes can always happen.
Okay. And she'll just kind of nod, and then crane to Tyr.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
Where are we going?
Well, we can go and speak. What I believe is the same place all of you have been staying for the time.
Oh, yeah, hopefully they didn't trash my room. We could just go there. Well, my corner of the,
Sounds wonderful. Well, lead the way.
We meet you, Mr. Tyr.
Yes, it is a great honor to meet all of you as well. I have faint memories of some of you. And I am very, well, I will be honored to sit at your war table when the time is right.
And he'll nod, and him and Cecily will walk off.
She'll be like, not sure if she's supposed to be taking the lead as they're walking. She's so out of sorts. She knew this would happen at some point, but for it to just happen now, she's like, what do I do?
And you can see that anytime you look up and back towards Tyr, he just smiles and nods, like, "Hey, you're doing great."
Aw.
I imagine that happens like 8 times. Like every time they round the corner, it's like, and it just keeps going.
I think this is the right way.
And then I guess Bianca would follow everyone else to the war table. Where are we putting our cult?
And they fit in the pocket.
See, my immediate reaction was like, well, we could just like put them where we were staying, but I feel like that'd be weird if like it's Tyr and Cecily and they just could all cult.
God.
We could like
That's the
keep them
language
outside of
the
where the
gods.
meeting area is, you know?
Do we have
Let
leashes
him go
for
swim in
them?
the river,
Like-
dude.
Oh,
No.
river.
Send them down to the Kabdar dwarves.
Oh man.
We have
We
creatures
should
that
do that to
beat.
the dwarves.
I really don't think.
Yeah, go
I
down
mean,
to the archives
just-
of the also.
They can just float around outside of where we're meeting. Not actually have them there. And hopefully not have them disturb people.
Do we give them a command to?
So just like in the courtyard of the
No.
keep.
Yeah, they can just vibe.
Okay,
I guess-
but give him a recess.
It's their free time. Yeah, give them
Yeah.
a recess.
Just
Have some tea out for them, some little bickies, you know, like let them just enjoy themselves.
whatever you feed the fish in the local pond in the spring
Right.
season.
Do we
just-
give them a command to like not bother people?
Just tell them to just stay there, relax. And
Okay.
I guess yeah, probably not
Leave
bother
everyone
people.
alone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
feel like
you
that's
can
very
see. You can see Fedorov. There's so many people. Fedorov didn't notice the Kuatoa yet, and as all of you start to walk, he's like,
What in the f? Never mind. It's not. It's not worth it.
It's not.
First
the
you
way,
bring
where's all-
loyalists into the city, and now fish people. That's all I'm saying.
All are welcome.
Well, we
Seemed a
also
little bit
brought
charged.
Where's Alton, by the way? How's he handling this
Oh,
many people
Yeah.
being in the same place?
Alton's like got his like hood up and squinting.
You can also stay out with the Kodo at the courtyard.
I don't know if he'd like
And,
that.
Babysit them.
no. That's your boyfriend. Take better care of him.
I'll follow all of
Well,
you.
Coming inside.
Yeah, just like give him migraine treatment. Just like put him under a bundle of blankets.
Sir, is there?
Put him in the corner.
Can I find some sort of large brimmed hat somewhere?
Yeah, you pass a couple of stands that are selling like general. Now that it's warm enough outside to be out here, you see a couple of people that are selling like winter hats that have like the fur flaps over them, but some of them have small visors too for the sun.
How much?
Oh, for this hat here, you are looking at the 5 silver pieces.
Do you have anything that's wider?
Wider? Well, it hasn't been summer in a while, but I do have some things in the store.
And he opens up the cart on the bottom half.
It's not been summer in a while.
He digs around in the back. There, I have something.
This large brim hat might be what you're looking for.
I'll take the one you showed me prior and this one as well. How much will that be?
1 gold piece. Think. Thank you. 2 hats.
He takes the sun hat. I'm just imagining a gardening hat. Just a
Yeah.
big ass straw brimmed hat. He's gonna turn around to Alton.
Nice.
Here. This will help.
He looks up at the sun, ignoring the brim.
Ow.
You're not
You said
use
it.
the brim.
You said it. Okay.
I am sorry. It will not help you stare at the sun.
No, that makes sense in retrospect.
It's for shade.
I can see that now.
All right. And Ajax just pats him on the back, and it's a little bit too hard. All right, that's all.
This is
I'll
just the
pass it
look
back.
he has on his face perpetually.
He's one of those
And
like,
now he's
closed eye anime characters.
Yeah, and now he has
Yeah.
like a sun hat on.
Yeah. Only when he's shocked, he's like, "Cool."
he's got one of these guys on. Hold on. This is what I'm imagining. Hold on. Yeah, boom.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah.
I opened the wrong chat and I saw Optimus Prime. There we go.
Oh God.
Careful opening chats around here.
No.
Scrolls up from Optimus. Anyway.
God. Okay. So the party, you move throughout the city of Maester, eventually back to the keep. And in the courtyard of the keep, which the snow has now melted from, there are these patches of dead grass and a dead tree in the courtyard. But you leave Alton as well as the 5 Kuatoa there to stew and just
He's coming in with us.
Oh, Alton's coming in with you?
Yeah, we're not leaving him
Okay.
out with the
I
cult.
thought-
That feels very savage.
Yeah, I guess
Oh my
that's
god,
cool.
anybody who walks through the courtyard or near the courtyard is just gonna see Kuatoa walking around. It's like, wow. Wow.
Before we do go in, Carousella will, she's gonna take her hat off, put it onto one of the Kawatoa. Now you see, you're in charge for the moment. You gotta make sure that everyone behaves themselves. Don't go far from where this courtyard is. And if people do try to bother you, just point at the hat, say that you're with us, and that you are here. You are to be here.
Yes. Yes, how?
Perfect. Little pat pat. Then yeah, go in.
See, as you're walking in, you can see one of the guards walks up and says, "Hey, what are you doing here?"
With us.
Perfect.
Okay. And the guard walks away. I don't get paid enough for that.
Fair enough.
Okay. Alrighty. But with that, all of you walk into the keep, and you can see the most colorful assortment of individuals. A collection of individuals that you did not anticipate being gathered together in a building. You see in front of you Batali, the leader of the basilisks. You see Typho, the advocate for the Company of the Golden Heart. You see Ainwin, one of the primary leaders of the Crown Keepers. You see Commander Nile, as well as Victor. You see Seeker Patel of the Arboreal Exiles. You see Illithor Damaris of the Order of the All-Seeing. You see You see Liliana Brighton of the Order of the All-Seeing. You see Alika of the Brotherhood. And you also see Hrothgar of the Children of the Flame. You can see all of these people in front of you. All of these major political players stand and look to you as you enter. You can see Liliana says, "I'm very happy that all of you were able to make your way back. After your disappearance, we were worried. But
very happy you're back now. Please, step forward. There are things you need to hear. Since your disappearance, things that have become, well, incredibly important for you to know.
So as all of you step up and gather around the war table, you can see that the map has been replaced with, instead of a map of Bella Clara, or the Old Kingdom, it is an entire map of Bella Clara, as well as some pieces of the southern portion of Jormungandr, the Atarashi Islands, and parts of Loshar. So a very large chunk of the Salamander coast. So as all of you look upon that map, Liliana begins to speak.
Well, it is with a heavy heart that I give you some of this information, and I apologize greatly for it. But it's better that you know now, upon your arrival, than hearing it later on. So, for one, I'd like to give you a status report of the missions. All of them have returned, and all of them were successful. So, due to your decision-making and who to send where, it has helped us considerably. There was a sabotage that was being planned for the tower between here and the fort. Luckily, it was prevented. So that means we will no longer need any type of conflict or fighting before the fort, which is good. It is a straight march from here to the fort. Less opportunity for damage of the soldiers we march with. In the hero's grave, the members of the Order of the All-Seeing, we were able to find many more crystals within that cavern, as well as other devices used to create more moonblades. Some more of the initiates will be able to be graduated, and it will bolster the numbers that we can send with you all. Mona was protected and a food supply chain was reestablished, and now the people in Maester, as well as Mona and Vesna, and even Periton, will be properly fed. Even with the temperature returning to normal here, thanks to Belororos, as well as the Faygate. Thanks to your partnership with the Arboreal Exiles and Victor also, we were able to come to a much more amicable deal in that way. The Dryad is able to cycle or pull warmth from the Feywild and use it here. So the closer you get to her grove, the warmer it gets, providing much more food and clean drinking water to the people of Maester. And then finally there was the Tower of Arcane Conception. Within that tower, the mages that went were able to learn something called Voidrot magic. This magic allows them to press themselves in times of need to do unimaginable feats. As I understand it, this magic, from what I was told by the loyalist captain that went, it allows them to open up rifts or small tears. So, in theory, these mages could go invisible, they could move themselves behind enemy lines, and they could open up tears, which then our forces can appear through in an effort to flank and surprise. It's very handy magic to have. It is dangerous, however. Most of these mages know should they use too much of that magic, it will consume them. It is something to be aware of, and it is something they all know. Those were the 5 missions that were accomplished. And knowing that now, I would like to give you an update on the near 20,000 soldiers that have arrived to fight.
1,000 Loshari monks have arrived with Tyr. 1,500 basilisks arrived with Batali. 500 members of the Company of the Golden Heart, led by Typho. 1,500 crown keepers have arrived from Vicina. 2,000 loyalists have arrived as well, led by Commander Nile. Those numbers have grown exponentially since all of you left, but I will let Nile explain that. 750 arboreal exiles have arrived with the help of Seeker Patel. Due to the reserves found in the hero's grave, 5,000 of the members of the Order of the All-Seeing will march with you. Hrothgar has brought 3,000 children of the flame with him, and Alika sent out his calls, and 5,000 members of the Brotherhood have arrived to fight with all of you. Almost 20,000. A little short of, but almost. This is a large fighting force. We have no idea what is behind the walls of Damaris Keep and Fort Ivar, but this is an incredible feat that all of you have accomplished, just gathering this many people. So, that is the information I have to offer you here. And you can see she looks to all of the other faction leaders in the room. You can see Hrothgar sort of raises his hand and says,
I would just like to say real quick, I am incredibly happy to see all of you again. I do apologize for taking Morwen from all of you all those months ago. But,
and he looks.
Ajax? Ajax Dawnrider, is that you?
Hi, Hrothgar.
Sorry, I haven't seen him in quite some time. What were we both?
It's been a while.
We both initiates kindled at the time?
Something like that.
Oh, that's. Look at you! Look at that spear, the shield. Missing an eye now.
Pretty impressive.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah.
Well,
It's good to see you again, old friend.
it's good to see you too. I'd love to catch up after this and hear what you've been up to, but
Of course.
as I was saying, I apologize for taking Morwen from all of you, but she's doing good work now. She's in the Riverlands in Iverion, trying to track down Perido and some of his gunslingers. I don't know if she's had much luck yet, but I don't trust anyone more to lead a hunting party against the likes of him. I will also add that with the word spreading from the College of Hearthcrest, the numbers of the Children of the Flame have tripled since last we spoke. Many more people are coming to aid. Last word I received from Bromsgrove, there are more recruits than what we have beds to handle. So anytime that you need soldiers, know that you can count on me as an ally, all right? And, Carasilla, whenever, you get an opportunity, there's something I'd like to talk to you about in private.
All right.
You can see he sort of yields his time, and you can see Liliana nods and looks to Nile. And Nile, now Commander Nile, he stands tall and says, I wish that I had good news for all of you. And I'm very sorry that the news that I'm about to deliver is as bad as it is, but Victor here has received word from some of the other cities. Giant's Bridge, River's Pass, Summer's Rest, Water's Wake, Belka. After hearing of your return in Richka, many of the investors are pulling out. They're leaving. I know that might sound like good news. That after this, there's not another war to fight in Bella Clara. But many of the investors are taking behind their wealth. They're taking with them their wealth and their influence. Seems as though most of them are moving to Adarashi, beginning to work their way into the royal families that exist there. And on top of that, I just received word a few hours before you arrived that Draven Hunt had arrived in River's Pass just a few days outside of Belka. Seems as though he's planning to move with them. The reason this is bad is that with the investors leaving, there's no... The systems of structure, I don't know how long they'll last without that money. Victor has told me he'll do what he can, but he is only one man. There are a few other investors, small-time investors from the Old Kingdom that are willing to help. But it looks as though the people of Bella Clara are not going to have the best first impression of a return of the Damaris reign. Public opinion is going to be swayed very negatively because so many of the systems they've grown used to and the amenities that they've grown to love will disappear with the money the investors take with them. And on top of that, Adarashi has always been a tumultuous relationship with Bella Clara. In fact, many, many, many years ago, when the Damaris were still in rule, small skirmishes between the two nations were not uncommon. So it is a potential threat in the future. There's time, of course, but it's something that I wanted all of you to know about now. But that's the news I have. I mean, aside from that, when we first arrived, we were 500 strong. We've tripled that because people have heard about what you've done and what you're willing to do and the Bella Clara you're trying to build. From Mona, Vesna, from a lot of the Old Kingdom, people are coming out of nowhere to help. They believe in what all of you are saying, and I also suppose that you all should know that with Draven, I suppose, not planning on returning, I'm no longer interim commanding officer Nile. I am Commander Nile, but if it's more comfortable for you to call me interim commanding officer, that's fine too. I just wanted to let you know that it's no longer a temporary position. Thank you, Nile. And you can see the rest of the people looking at the party, and they look back to Liliana. like I said, all of these individuals that you have made allies with, they stand there and they look to you and to what you have to say.
All for that information, and we are so sorry for our absence. Niall, I know that was probably a lot for you to not only just hear about and learn, but to deliver, so really appreciate that. I think a lot of this information we'll have to use moving forward, but getting over this first hurdle is what we can handle right now. Are we all willing and able to, in this moment, begin discussing strategies for this next upcoming week? And then me and my council will discuss about more long-term plans for rebuild and how we're going to fix the structure, the system that is at hand.
I would like to speak on the numbers that we currently have. You said that we have close to 20,000, and to all of you, we appreciate the numbers you have brought. We also bring troops with us as well. They're known as Draconians. I'm not sure if you've seen them yet, but we bring 500 of them.
You can see a lot of them sort of look to each other, no inkling of what that means or what those creatures are.
From our knowledge, they cannot feel pain. They will fight to the death, and they are very, very good fighters.
Kind of like cousins of mine.
You can see Batali sort of leans back and nods.
I saw him fight in Paraton. That is good.
You can see that. Liliana says,
Well, then I will not turn down more numbers, and if you say they are like family to you in a way, that means you can trust them?
Suppose.
They are loyal to us.
Yes.
Very well. So be it, then 500 more. And I was told that all of you arrived with soldiers from Paraton?
Yes, we have about, looking to Carasilla with the number.
45, right? Yeah.
yeah.
45.
It's only an extra 45, but it's 45 soldiers that are, well, experienced. Good fighters.
Very well.
So it looks as though we are roughly working with about 20,400.
I believe so. That is a very good number. It is a very strong number when we do not know what we're going into. I feel confident that it will at least give us a chance.
You can see Bolororos. He leans forward and says,
What I may recommend. I do not believe in taking students from their studies, but should you feel nervous about the numbers, I could potentially convene with the other headmasters to see if there are any students that would be willing to volunteer their time. Not necessarily on the front lines, of course. I would never want to put students in danger in that way. But perhaps they could help in other ways.
I think that could be definitely a good thing. Especially those I feel that are trained with any kind of healing or aid magic like that. But I also agree that they should be kept well away from the fighting.
I will send word out then.
Thank you.
He nods.
I guess that there's not much left to talk about other than what our plans are going to be moving forward. We know our numbers, and we have everyone here. Now's the time to start planning.
Very well. And with that, we're going to cut right there as all of you prepare to move into the stages of planning. As we then cut into Cecily. So, Cecily, you and Tyr make your way into the wide and open resting area that the wanderers have called home for the time being. As the two of you make your way into the room, you can see Tyr sort of looks around. He looks to the fire currently smoldering and burning off in the corner. It's a very nice.
It's a lot better than some rooms I've had, yeah. Here, this one's mine. You can tell because I didn't do the sheets before I left last time. I don't want to mess up anybody else's stuff, so... And she'll kind of like size him up and see if the bed is an adequate size for him to sit upon.
Yeah, he'll sit down on it. And there's a little bit of like a dunk.
Oh, my apologies.
And she will perch, basically, like sitting with like knees up by the pillow to like leave room for him.
Yeah.
So, how does this start?
Well, I suppose the easiest way to start is at the beginning. But I do not know if you are comfortable with speaking about your mother.
I could, but I more mean with us. I mean, I think I got the story. She picked you, and Odin didn't like that, and then there was the fight, and well, than everything else that I remember. But I've only talked to you once, and I don't know how much you remember it.
It is, like a, dream, I suppose. So very, very faint. Almost not real, but I remember parts.
I've done this whole parent interview thing a lot before, actually. I've taken my chances on a lot of people that I probably shouldn't have. But I knew just that one time we spoke that you were right for me. That you were something that was missing. And if you want to talk about all the heavy stuff, we can, but I do also just have a lot of questions.
Well,
So,
I think that we can answer your questions, and then we can go from there.
okay. So, how old are you?
Let's see here. The past, how many years have been a bit of a blur?
I'm 16.
16. So, I think just a bit shy of 1,000 then.
Oh. So Odin's the young one?
He would not want you to believe it. To me, it is why I think he was so hot-headed. I had a bit of a jump start on him. But they don't make you the god of war for rushing in brazen and brashly. Unless you are Thorolian, of course, but I suppose that's neither here nor there. They found me god of war because I had stillness. I was just. I had wisdom. I had seen so much of the world. I knew what was fair. Odin always knew what was advantageous to his people, to our people. Not what was right by them or what was fair, but what was best for them. There's a difference between the two.
I think I know what you mean.
And I want it to be very clear, for all the things Odin did, he is still my brother. I still share love for him. As hard as that may be to understand. And hard as it is to hear, I'm sure.
She has this cocktail of emotions hearing that, and she just kind of looks at the pillow, and but Tyr could see her kind of swallow all of it for a moment. We'll get to that. Next question. how long did it take you to get that tall? And follow up, am I ever going to be that tall?
I am afraid, little one, giant's blood does not run very deep in your veins. You see, when I was born, I was a little shorter than you, maybe a foot or so off the top. So, provided you did not, you were not born that size, I think you may only have a few more inches left. You can thank your mother for that.
Shit. Okay. Well, how long do you think I can expect to live? You know, assuming we make it to the end of this.
You see, he lets out a very small, short laugh and says,
Well, I have no powers of foresight. But if I were to guess, maybe 300, 400 years. It could be less, it could be more. You'll feel it, though. At a certain point, you start to feel thin. It is very strange. Very strange. Just thin.
Well, that King Borelli guy was about 700 or something, so that sounds more tolerable to me.
King Borelli.
Oh, you know him? He was cool. He was so wrinkly, but he was cool.
Yes. The last time I had spoke with him, he was Prince Borelli, but yes.
Oh, I guess I should tell you about me or something.
I would love to hear about you.
Right. Okay. So, fuck, I don't know. Where do I start? Well, I did the orphanage thing for a long time. I mean, you know that. I, bounced around a lot. I was not a favorite of the headmasters. Committed a lot of petty crime. Might as well get that out of the way, in case that upsets you. Mostly stole money so I could buy food. But I'll be honest, I wasn't buying food I needed. I bought a lot of desserts. Okay, let's see. I got my friends. Suni, I've known for a long time, the Dragonborn one, who used to be a ring fighter, pit fighter guy. Somehow, you wouldn't think it, but... well, now you would. Not back then. We went on the run. I really like bread. I don't know how much you eat bread up in where you're from, but I have it a lot down here. God, I don't know what else. My favorite color is pink. I kind of like birds. I met a turtle person named Hubert once. He was cool. I don't know. I'm just kind of spitballing now. I like a boy. I don't know if we should talk about that. Are we? Do you even want to know? I don't know. He made me a bracelet. It was my birthday. I don't know if it means. Well, I do know what it means because then he kissed me and it. Anyway, look. There's a lot I could say. It's been a weird life.
It sounds as though you have lived almost an entire lifetime in your short 16 years.
Well, I am on my second, so I guess that fits.
Yes, I was told by Lao Fei. It seems as though second chances might be something that runs in our family. I think the key is that we do not squander them. We make them worth every single minute.
And he'll kind of reach over and place his large hand on top of yours and squeeze.
She'll think for a sec. How do you still care about him?
You see him. He recoils not because you made him uncomfortable at all, but it's a heavy question to think about.
When you have lived as long as I have, you get perspective. You see things differently, I think. You never saw the young Odin, the one that would go hunting, the one who I would spend countless nights out in the forest with, looking at the stars, singing songs, traveling to taverns, sailing the world. You didn't see the young man before these horrible whispers started to creep into his ears. Tales of prophecy and death. Foreboding messages of destruction. He was my brother. He was my best friend. And I hope that with enough love, with enough care, that Odin that I knew may come back. As much as I doubt it to be so, I still hope. And I still love him. Do I still care? Although I may feel as though it is hopeless, I still care because I know there's a chance. Regardless of how small it may be.
Killed me. I would have never even met you. I wouldn't have met a lot of people.
I know. I know. It is not easy to explain. Would I have been angry? Of course. Would I have wanted vengeance? Of course. And do I still want vengeance now? For everything he did to you? For everything he did to Estrid? Of course. But what would I achieve from that? What would I gain? If I would pick up my spear once more, if I were to jam it through his heart and kill him, would I feel any more full or any less broken? I don't know. But what I do know is that my brother's blood would be on my hands. That one of my closest and oldest friends would be gone. And I don't know if it would make me feel any better. Is that what Estrid would want? Would your mother want me to do that? Would that make her feel better wherever she may be? I don't know. I don't know.
What if, no matter how you felt, the world would be a safer place without him?
Do you know this for a fact?
I mean, not with math or something. No. I see a pretty simple situation here. You plus one good dad minus one bad one. Guess I...
But, Cecily, am I really a good father? It was my own selfishness that kept you there. I knew how Odin felt about my dearest Estrid. I knew how he fawned over her, and how he grew to hate her because of the choice she made. I could have left home. I could have taken you and her, and we could have gone away. But I chose to stay, because I felt as though the people of Fjardalet needed me. They needed someone who was just and fair. Not someone who served in their best interests. If the tables had been turned, I can guarantee you Odin would have left with you and Estrid. He would have done what was best for his own. He would have kept you safe.
Yeah, and then what? Would have been raised by him. There's not many things that being a street rat is better than, but that's one of them.
You would have been safe. You would have been cared for. You would have avoided so much of the pain you felt, the lifetimes you've lived. You would have avoided death. It is not a perfect scenario. None of this is. There is no dream. All paths we take in life are full of pain. There is so little we can do to avoid it. But what we must remember is those moments of joy. What inspires us to keep pushing, to keep going. Regardless of the mistakes I made and the pain I felt, I have been given a beautiful, spark of joy in my life. And Cecily, I don't want it to be a question you hold in your mind, a fear. I want you to know that if Odin does try to harm you, if he does try to hurt you, I will not let him. There is no question in my mind about that. I promise.
Well, this little spark of joy thinks that you shouldn't blame yourself for not turning over that city to Odin. What happened happened. I don't get why you're finding a way to blame yourself when he's the one that stabbed you.
If there were two warriors that find each other on a battlefield, one chooses to draw his sword and swing, and the other chooses to do nothing. Is it really the man who drew the sword and swung? Is it truly his fault that the man who did nothing died? I know that is a gross simplification of what happened, but it is not just my fault. It is not just Odin's. It is not just Thor's. It is not anyone's fault. How many mistakes need to be made for a situation to get to that point?
Wow. I don't know how to take any of this. Part of me wants to call you a pushover, if I'm being honest. And that is the opposite of what I want to be. I feel like I've had to be time and time again.
What do you mean by that? Time and time again, you feel as though you've been a pushover.
It should be water under the bridge, but I just didn't feel like all of this political shit we've been getting into, the people we've worked with, decisions we've made, I have just kept feeling like at some point we should just put our foot down, and we haven't. Still working on it, I guess, but how do you handle when you know something and you feel the opposite? Because we were traveling with this monk for a while, and it seems like his solution was to try not to feel it as much as possible. And that worked for a bit, but I don't know if it's your blood or my past, but I'm a little bit of a live wire. I don't know what to do when I don't feel lined up like that.
I find that moments like that are inevitable. But what you must never do is shut yourself off from it. The Loshari are different. They close themselves off to achieve fullness, to find purpose, to find meaning. For an individual, that makes sense. Cecily, you are not just an individual. You are someone that people look up to, whether you know it or not. People in this city know your story. I guarantee you there is one peddler from Water's Wake who knew Cecily, the thieving orphan. I'm sure that peddler has told many people that story. But look at where she is now. She is a hero that is defending a city, protecting people with the magic she has. You inspire people. All of your companions inspire people. If you close your heart to them, if you close your heart to the world, you shut off the strongest thing you have. The people's belief in you. I know that you are not a god, but neither am I. We have divine blood in our veins, that is true. People believe in us. They believed in me. That belief gives you power. If you close yourself off to it, you may find peace, but at what cost? The people you need to protect. They will look at you and feel cold and abandoned. But you ask about conflict within. And I wish I had the answer. I feel conflict right now. As I said, I would love nothing more than to march on Fjordaleth, take back my position of leadership, and bring back a fair and just rule to that city. But is that what I should do? Is that what the monks tell me I should do? What Lao Fei says? I know they're right. But I can't help but feel as though I should be doing something more.
Well, before we do anything, I think we gotta take this fort. So, I guess we're gonna have more than one chance to talk about this, aren't we?
That is very true. We'll have many opportunities to talk.
Well, I guess in the meantime, I'll just feel very confused. But one last question before we go back to the table. Are you going to be fighting with us?
I will not be. But I would still like to try and keep you as safe as I can. I was able to retrieve something that once belonged to me that I would like to give to you, Cecily. Vondor and some of the other dwarves are doing their best to repair the armor that was once broken. But before you leave for Fort Ivar and Damaris Keep, I would like to give you the armor I once wore, seeing as though you already wear my circlet around your head.
When we say armor, how big is it?
When you
I don't know.
first put it on, it will look a little silly, but eventually it will grow to fit you. Or shrink, I suppose is the better wording.
Yeah. Okay then. Where is it?
As of right now, Vondor and the dwarves of Kaladarian are fixing it up. It was damaged after the events of Fjordaleth. But before you leave, it will be yours.
Does this mean you're giving up fighting? Like, for good? Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm getting kind of good at this, but I still really don't think I'm gonna be as good as you.
Have faith in yourself. You would not have gotten this far if you were not far better than me. But should the time call for it, I have not laid down my arms for good.
Okay. Well, I guess you just rest up then, or come to the table, do whatever you feel like doing. I don't know. It's your life, man. You're back, so.
I will return to the table with you.
Okay. We're gonna look kind of powerful. You know, walking back together.
Oh, yes, we will.
I hope they left 2 chairs. Otherwise, we're gonna have to split up. It's gonna be weird. You know, it's fine. It's fine. I'm thinking about it too much.
It will be all right.
So with that, the two of you stand. Okay.
Hello, Ajax.
And
I love how it's still blood.
Hello.
yeah.
I'm fixing it.
And you make your way to the war table. As you make your way up the hill and through the courtyard, you can see the Kuatoa are there, wearing Carasilla's hat, staring up. You can see the Kuatoa wearing Carasilla's hat, looks at you, Cecily, and says, "Ah,
Yeah. No, that's good. I fucking swear to the gods. So just she won't explain the tears. She'll just keep going.
Okay. So, with that, the two of you walk in to the war table. And we'll say that as the two of them walk in, it is just when the previous debriefing had ended, right as all of you were about to go into that planning phase. Whew. So,
Fine.
as we move in to this planning phase, I'll go ahead and move all of you to the war table now. Now, here's the thing. As all of you are beginning to discuss strategy and all of these different elements, right? Stepping away from the game for a second, or away from the immersion, I guess we can say. Planning a siege is a lot of work, okay? And you have a lot of people here that are comparable and capable strategists. So I think in an effort to prioritize the amount of time you guys have to participate in role play or these final conversations you want to have, a lot of the planning and a lot of the in-battle commanding will be done by the commanding officers that you're currently surrounded by. What Liliana will say is, she'll say,
I think that it's very clear to all of us here. All of you are incredibly powerful. And we believe that there may be one of 3 ways in which you could be most useful. If you can think of anything else, we'd be happy to hear it, but for one, you could be in the front lines, leading the vanguard, charging Fort Ivar and Damaris Keep with the mounted units as well as the berserkers from the basilisks. There's that as option 1. Option 2 is we could always go for more of a covert strike force. We're using the Voidrot mages. We can get you within the city stealthily. However, you will be operating by yourself. And from there, your aim would be to strike at the heart of the matter. However, you would be doing so alone. Covert, stealth, it may help, but most of their attention would be pulled to the fighting. And the third and final option is it may do a good number on morale if instead of charging in with the vanguard, if you all are spread out throughout the battlefield, so to speak. Being there to command troops should anything happen to the commanding officer, and to boost morale throughout the siege. Those are the 3 ideas that we all had. If you have anything else you'd like to add, we'd be more than happy to hear it. But I think other than that, it is your choice.
I would say personally that I think the option of us going in stealth should be thrown off the table. As much as it would give us some advantage, going into the keep alone seems like a death sentence.
I gotta say, in my experience with this group, sneaking around is just asking yourself when we're gonna get caught.
Unless anybody else here wanted that option.
I feel like I tended to agree, especially considering we don't know exactly what we're going to be walking into. I would hate to go right in the center of it absolutely blind.
The idea of having an advantage of us attacking from different fronts, that can be discussed in a different way if that's something we would like. Just because we do have the teleportation ability, granted we should use it sparingly, but if we have it and they're not expecting it, I think that could definitely do something. It doesn't necessarily have to be the stealth route, but
I think that we could possibly consider after we take Fort Ivar.
As far as the third option goes, I like the sound of it, but well, ever since Periton, I guess I'm a little nervous about splitting up. I mean, I know we'd be surrounded by thousands of people, but still.
I like the idea of that one for the sake of morale.
Agreed.
These people are laying down their lives for us. And though splitting up, yes, traditionally is a bad idea, this is just us splitting up from each other. We won't be alone. And I definitely, knowing the struggle of what's to come in the future, want to remind the people that we're with them. Through it
I
all.
lean more towards option 3 as well. Morale is the biggest thing to have on the battlefield. Without it, you cannot press forward and people stop wanting to fight. We came here ready to siege the key. We should be on the front lines boosting morale wherever we can be.
Okay, Carousel Suni, I guess if everybody likes it, I can get behind it.
I was gonna
mean,
ask
I'm-
how Carasilla looked during this conversation, knowing just like the history.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's just unhappy in general, with the idea of it. It's not like she's then pushing towards one idea over the other. But I suppose following that, she'll also say, I think also considering that we've been at least aware of all the issues that are going to be happening here for longer than most of these groups. Having us distributed amongst them as well would also help with that. We obviously don't know everything that we're facing, but we didn't just arrive. We've known this is coming for a long time now. And so if that means that we are able to provide any insight, then I'd like for everyone to have that.
I guess we gotta look at the factions that are with us then. And we can put all of us somewhere where we're gonna actually be useful. Also, should maybe think about whether or not we have a dedicated leader in the section we're with. I think I'm more comfortable having somebody who knows how the battlefield works telling me what to do than, you know, me go out there and tell a bunch of mages to wing it.
They already have individuals captaining them. I think we'd be serving less as generals in that sense, and more so combat advisory. So
Yeah, or like
I don't
cannon.
think. Right. I don't think a lack of combat experience would be a problem in any way. And plus, it's not like any of us are strangers to a battlefield at this point.
Right.
Yeah, I guess that's true. This one's just really big.
What are you thinking, Suni? What are your thoughts?
Weird, eh?
Ooh, ghosted.
He's muted as well.
Oh, and
Oh.
Joe, I see you posted all these factions. That's good.
Oh shit, yes, because I was not writing those numbers down. There was too many of them.
The only thing that it's not catching is 250 of the loyalists are have the void wrought sorcery.
Gotcha.
Not 250
So it's
additional.
not 250 extra. It's 1,750 normal loyalists and then 250.
Have the
void
special
wrought.
teleportation magic.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, I'll go with the 5 Kuatoas. We're gonna,
Well,
we're
I
gonna tear
figured-
shit up.
I
And my
figured the
babies.
Kuatoa would be with Carasilla. Like, I don't think they'd be very useful anywhere else.
I thought it was pretty clear I was joking, but I agree.
My babies.
Does Cecily feel like she could do well with the mages? Since they have similar, like, they fight similarly?
Yeah, I think her thing is just like, if she's with a group that can tell her how to best utilize her own capabilities. So that might be the Void Rot team, because they can do a bit more like, you know, strike and leave or like crowd control kind of stuff, which would definitely be what she's best at.
And I feel like Cecily, with how volatile her magic is as a sorcerer, might be able to help them with maintaining their limits.
That's true too. She can teach them breathing exercises. Inner storm regulation.
Joe, we're at the table with everybody, right?
Yep.
Hrothgar and all them.
Yep.
Ajax is going to look towards Hrothgar and say,
Where exactly will the children of the flame be on the battlefield?
Well, there will be about 750 of the 3,000 that will be in the vanguard with me. The other ones are, maybe 1,500 of them are men-at-arms, regular swordsmen. Then the remaining few are auxiliary support, healers, paladins, the sort, mend any broken wounds that may appear, help people that are injured at the front line transition to the back line and heal them there.
Well, if it's any consolation, I'd like to join you.
Very well. That can surely be arranged. It'd be good to have at least one of the Wanderers at the Vanguard. Very good. We'll have you at the Vanguard then. Honored to fight alongside you once again, Ajax.
You as well.
I will say, Carasilla has worked with the Children of the Flame as well. Where do you feel comfortable, Carasilla, since you have experience leading those men as well?
I didn't join them in the last battlefield. Suppose now's the time to make up for that.
I know that 1,500 foot soldiers is a far cry from what you handled last time, but if you're feeling up for it, I think I have faith in you to handle it.
That's how I'll be.
I just want you to know how damn excited those grunts are gonna be to have you there with them. I want you to know you and a Morwen are something of living legends in the Children of the Flame. I think that you're gonna have a lot of questions and probably a few too many drinks pushed in your way over the next couple of days.
So, I will be on the front line with some of the children and Hrothgar. Carasilla, you will be joining us. Cecily, you will be with the Voidrot sorcerers, as well as Bianca.
Don't know if I would do best with sorcerers. I was kind of thinking maybe the Crown's Keepers, potentially. Maybe even the Brotherhood, since I do feel strongly tied to both of them for obvious reasons with the Crown's Keepers, and the Brotherhood we just have a good history with.
Yeah, I'm also cool with Alika, but I don't know if I would blend in super well with 5,000 people in the Brotherhood. That's a little big of a crowd for me.
I definitely think you would stand out, Cecily, but I respect your decision.
I just think, well, as somebody that suddenly discovered magic powers one day, maybe I could actually help those sorcerers with a thing or two.
You can see Niall will nod. I agree. I would love to have you be a part of them, if you'd be willing to.
And I want to let the whole table know something. anyone's leading the Draconians, I feel like only Suni should be allowed to do that.
I also agree with that statement.
Suni, how do
Be a
you
little
feel?
weird, but you know what? I think I can handle it.
Well, wouldn't it be even weirder if it was someone else?
That's true.
We could form the Draconians and the Order of the All-Seeing to be ranked together.
You can see Liliana kind of winces at that a bit.
I do not mean to usurp your authority, but there are 5,000 members of the Order of the All-Seeing. I would be more than happy to give a small collection of them, 400 or 500 to Suni to command, in combination with the Draconians, but all 5,000, that is a large chunk, almost a quarter of the soldiers we have.
Hey, where are we sending the fish? Carousel, are you bringing them with you? You're gonna introduce them to the children?
I feel like they probably wouldn't stay behind if I asked. I guess they would, but
Well, they
I'd
are now.
worry that would look like. Well, they're just outside. That's a bit different than leaving them, well, however far away the keep is.
Nah,
Maybe
Kara,
they'll be able to...
You're right. I walked past them earlier, and I don't even know if they're handling that too well. They love you.
Maybe they'll
They'll-
be able to summon a beholder onto the battlefield.
I thought so. So I don't think that would be happening quite yet, if any time. But they'll support us. I think that's something we can't deny.
I was also going to say that Bianca going with the Crown's Keepers might be the best idea. Them charging into battle with their queen. Well, there's no higher morale than that.
It feels like it's almost the best way I could even give back to those who held on for so long and kept that hope alive. I mean, if the Brotherhood feels confident enough, even the Brotherhood can be close behind us. If that could maybe kind of supplement and give some of that morale for them as well, I'd be happy to do so. Because I feel like those are similar-minded groups.
I have a bit of a thought, too. So, the Brotherhood, right? She'll turn to Alika. I know you guys have been practicing a lot, but it's a little more unorganized, right? A little less rigid.
That is a fair assumption.
Well, those 45 soldiers we got from Periton, it'd be weird to send them alone. Maybe they could be a strike force or something, but maybe with their expertise, or whatever you want to call it, they can all split off and take a chunk of the Brotherhood. Give a little more strategy, maybe? I don't really know how this works. Does that mesh?
So, you're proposing then half and half? 2,500 with me and the 45 soldiers, and the rest go with the Crown's Keepers and Bianca?
Well, that sounds good to me. I just think maybe the best way to use those 45 is to have them guide other people. Be like a little sergeant, or whatever you call it. Is that the Ajax? Is that the word?
Relative close.
Okay, but you know what I mean, right?
More like a general, but yes.
It feels better than having them separate from everybody. That's all I mean.
I
The
agree.
Brotherhood is our largest group, it looks like, so having more than just Alika to guide all of them is a great idea.
Yeah.
I would ask those here. Of course, you will be leading your own armies, your own soldiers. As you go further into your battle planning,
Ajax looking to everybody except the party, obviously.
I would like to be kept in the loop. Of course, we will not infer or try to go against any of the orders you want to give your own soldiers. I want to be aware of these, and I also want to help.
You can see the different leaders look to each other and then look to you and nod.
One other thing, though. And Cecily will turn craned up to Tyr. Those monks, are they going to be able to handle themselves, or are they going to need somebody in your place?
I think the best choice for the Loshari is to station them in the camp where soldiers are being healed as defenders, to make sure that those that are sick or hurt that cannot protect themselves are protected. I would not like to see the Loshari charge into battle, as I feel as though that goes against most of their principles. But to protect those in need, I feel as though they will have no problem doing that.
Well, I can get behind that.
Well, there is nothing else. Of course, things are not set in stone, and our party will convene and continue to talk about where we will be going. To make sure we're 100% on where we're sending.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that out of character though. Like, do we want to plan now, or Joe, is this not something we can plan? It's just something that's gonna like kind of happen. But like the waves and the directions that we're gonna take, and like since we are splitting up, are we going to plan once we're like through the wall to Damaris Keep, the group of us kind of meet back up? Like what's it looking like here?
Well, so like I said at the beginning, there's not much you can do in terms of planning because nobody knows what's beyond the wall. Any of the like city plans or blueprints of the city, because of the amount of snow and ice that's there, any of the original paths or ways to navigate, none of them are accurate anymore. So you know who you're going to be with, and then you as the commanding officer of those forces, it's going to be kind of up to you to decide where to go and how to act. But there's not much you can do in terms of pre-prep. You're kind of going into it blind.
Okay. The only strong opinion I think I had, and I know we're going into it blind, was maybe sending Suning and the Draconians as the front line, because they're the Draconians. That was the only. Otherwise, I have no other strong opinions. Maybe the mage is further back and doing more of the flanky stuff, but
is
like
the implication that like if the Draconians get fucked up, it's less of a moral burden?
yeah.
Okay.
So
I want to make sure. I agree. I just want to make sure that was the.
That was
Fine.
they're really strong, and
they're fake. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
my only opinion that is kind of changed since we said it. So Sunni going with the Draconians, I feel is cool. But I feel like Sunni should also probably just go with the Order of the All-Seeing because he's been training with them, and the Draconians can take one order if they're going at the front line.
That's true. I mean, we don't really need to strategize with them. How do you feel, Sunni? Like, what do you feel like Sunni's journey is here? What would he feel fulfilled doing?
Cam and Gemma typed BRB.
Did they? I
Yeah.
saw Gemma's. I didn't see Cam's. Oh God.
Yeah, they typed it at
Cool.
the same time, and I was like, well, that's funny.
Other than that,
Well, when Cameron gets back, we can ask him the journey.
No, that's a
again.
fair point. Like,
I'll say for Ajax just wants to be in the front line. It's kind of a prideful personal thing, so
well, that's also what you do. You have hit points.
yeah,
I
exactly.
don't.
Wish we could be able to level up before this so I could take the tough feat.
So anyway, as all of you finish up speaking with the different individuals at the war table, going back and forth on the different ideas, and now knowing that there's very little that you can plan for aside from who's going to be going with what. On the final topic of Suni potentially going with the Draconians, Cameron?
I mean,
Well-
I have something planned that might let us talk more about it.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
Well, not right now.
Oh, okay.
It's after the war table stuff. I messaged you.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So trying to think if there's anything else that any of the other individuals needed to say. Oh, Liliana, she will say, I just would like to let all of you know that I will be staying within the city with Captain Fedorov, with a small collection of soldiers should we be attacked, to help defend against the city. Each one of the groups that have arrived have already agreed to leave 25 soldiers behind, just in case anything should happen. So that does not affect your numbers at all. This is something that we all already agreed upon. But leading the forces of the Order of the All-Seeing in my stead will be Illithor. Illithor has done great things for the Order of the All-Seeing, and without him, well, who knows where any of us would be.
What about I am so sorry, sir. Where is Bolo Roros gonna be?
You are quite all right. That is how you say it.
Oh, good.
For me, I will be near the back line. I have already received word from a few of the other headmasters. They will send 50 12th year students that will be able to provide the powerful magic we need to protect those that are injured or sick. They are abjuration and evocation specialists, with a fixation on the realms of positive energy for healing. So those in the back line will be protected by not just myself and by the other students of the college, but also by the Loshari.
Well, cool. Lost a couple sentences in the middle there, but I'll just believe that somebody else picked that up and it made sense.
Understood.
Okay.
Cameron, we have a question for you. You're on mute if you are still back.
He lied to us.
I hate the mute button. It's my sworn enemy. I'm here.
Hi. So we were curious. So we were kind of talking because the Draconians, once they take an order, they kind of just keep operating and they don't really need a lot of direction. So we were curious if you feel Suni's journey with this battle would feel more fulfilled leading the Draconians or helping with the Order of the All-Seeing. What do you think? What you are leaning towards?
Oh, I guess my only hesitation with the order is that I feel like it would be weird to be there as like I know it's like probably not, but like as a commanding presence when he's like a new initiate. I know that's probably not a big deal to anyone. But other than I don't think that leading the Draconian army will necessarily be like it doesn't have to be like a fulfilling story beat for this. It's not necessary. If that makes sense. I don't know. So I know I just am sounding indecisive. I guess I'll do the order. That sounds better.
I mean, I'll also say, if there's that awkwardness with the order, like, not to complicate matters, but even with the Borealist exiles, as you know, that kind of, like, naturey paladin? Sure.
Paladin.
Naturey palindrome. Yeah.
Paladin.
Yeah, as the nature
I just... I'm sorry, but is there still time to, like, awaken the Goliaths? I completely forgot about that thing. When in that dream where they were like, you can awaken the army of Goliaths to go help you on this quest. I completely just dropped the ball on that. Is that something that... Was that in the keep that had to happen?
It was in the keep, yeah.
Okay. Then, okay, that's what I thought. That's why I hadn't done anything about it.
Yeah.
I think I kept meaning to do it, and then I was like, wait a minute, no, we can't do that yet. Okay. Never mind about that then.
If it slightly helps your decision, we were talking about just putting the Draconians on the front line and just sending, like, their spearheading.
Yeah, I think that's
because
good.
They're just drones. They just go.
Fuck them. They can die. I don't care.
And my thing was like, I don't want Suni to go in with the Draconians because I feel like they're gonna get fucked up. They're gonna get the brunt of the force at the very beginning.
That's okay.
Okay.
You can always like, talk to Liliana about what your position officially is. If you go with the order, you can always be like, hey. So
Also, she's not gonna be on the battlefield.
She's
It's
also
also a
not
good
gonna
way
be
to
on the
prove your metal, you know?
Yeah, I think I'll go with the order just because I like the idea of the swarm of Jedi fighting together, like episode 2 of Star Wars.
Yeah.
And we're more like beacons of hope. We're less like leaders. So
Exactly.
Fair enough.
I just let them
"Hey, that
look
guy's
pretty,
with
you
us."
know?
yeah, we're
Yeah.
just
And he does a great
decoration.
job at that.
Okay. I mean, mechanically, when we get to the siege, you guys will be commanding the troops. But we can say that's like the troops head in that direction because it feels right.
Because their hope and their beacon guided them there.
Exactly.
We're all just vibes based, you know?
Precisely.
That's good. That's gonna be funny. Cecily's gonna be like, "Ah, shit!" And the sorcerers are gonna be like, "You're right. We must attack the flank."
They interpret.
Okay.
Nice. Okay.
Oh, I was gonna actually go ahead, Joe. Sorry.
Nope. I was just gonna ask if anybody had anything else.
I was literally gonna say that Ajax is going to say thank you to everybody and turn to the party and say,
I have something I need to do. I'll gather you all here shortly. I'll be back.
You alright?
he stops and goes, actually, he smiles towards Carousel and goes,
Very much so. Give me 30-ish minutes.
Okay.
he leaves.
What? I don't know. I don't know if now's the time for mystery. Oh, whatever. We'll see him soon.
So.
Joe, for clarity.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Joe, for clarity. Is the T-armor a thing that I can get this session, or is it just going to keep getting worked on and I get it before the siege?
No, you'll probably get it this session.
Okay, cool. She would prioritize doing that once Ajax is back and says all his stuff.
Okay. Alrighty. So then, as all of the different faction leaders depart, and all of you say your goodbyes and begin to head off, you can see Hrothgar does approach you, Caracilla, and say,
Carasilla, if you're all right with it, I'd still love a chance to talk to you if you'd be willing to give me the time.
Of course. Do you mind if I get my hat first?
I thought something was off about you. Yeah, go get your hat.
Yeah, she'll get a hat, and she's also going to bring the koto in now that, everyone's dispersed. It's less weird.
Right.
You see Hrothgar?
What in the...
Oh, don't worry, we'll get to them. But you wanted to talk?
Yeah.
Oh, you're very distracted, I see.
Yeah, I am.
Sure, it's not the strangest thing you've seen in your time, right?
I mean, it's pretty goddamn up there. I'll tell you that much right now. But I wanted to talk to you in private for a couple of different reasons. I know that you didn't exactly leave the Children of the Flame. And I want you to know that whether it be myself or Dorian, he and I both think or thought very highly of you. And if you ever want to come back to the children in a more permanent facet, I'd be honored to have you back.
Well, I feel at the same rate. I did never really leave. And as long as Morwen's there, you're not going to be able to get rid of me that easily, so... But... the official capacities, that one I'm less sure on. I think... I don't think that sort of stuff is exactly where I could best spend my time. At least not always.
I thought you'd say something like that. And while I am sad to hear that, I'm happy for you. Give me 1 second here.
You see he reaches into a bag and he pulls out a scroll. And the scroll, the spell scroll, dissolves away as he says,
She declined my offer.
and you can see a few moments pass and he nods. And
He says, since you declined my offer, there's someone else who'd like to speak with you.
All right.
and you can see there is a short distance away from Hrothgar, there is this golden portal that sort of rips and tears open, and stepping through is a younger man. You can see sort of very clean cut, dirty blonde hair, wearing very fine robes of gold and black and white. And he introduces himself and says,
Hello, it is a great honor to meet you. My name is Loghain Bornholt. I'm a member of the Hidden Flame. I'm sure, Carasilla, you already know much about our order and what we do.
I do.
There is another order that I'm a part of that has pulled me away from the Hidden Flame, but now considering the shifting of, well, the situation we find ourselves in, I've been pulled back to the Hidden Flame more and pulled away from my other duties.
Not exactly were those other duties. I feel bad because I know exactly.
no, you're good. You can see Loghain, he kind of
I can't exactly talk about it. It is, it's a private matter with... it's a private matter with the Queen of Tarkia, and I feel as though that's as much as I could say.
I feel like she would probably try and stifle a laughter too. But she'll just kind of look
I
to...
know what that sounds like. You're really
She'll
not
look
doing
to
yourself any
Hrothgar.
favor. Slow game. Yeah,
Well,
you can see
Yeah, okay.
Hrothgar, he kind of like, Hrothgar is a veteran, right? This guy is like, Hrothgar has been on the battlefield his entire life, and he's seen some of like the worst stuff. Loghain, he respects Loghain, but he does view Loghain in a way like you're like a military technician, you know, like you sit in the back lines and very rarely ever have to get your hands dirty. But he seems to have a good vibe of him.
Yeah, so she won't push.
But the reason I came is I had reached out to Hrothgar about individuals that he thought may align with my cause, with all of our causes. And obviously, I think that you and all the rest of your group have been doing great things against the Father of Lies. And, well, I told Hrothgar to offer you your position in the Children of the Flame. For you to come back, to command large forces, to, well, to hopefully get some of the glory that you may have missed out on. And he kind of looks at the cloak. However, I don't think glory is something you're necessarily short on. Fame, it seems as though, something you might be a little used to. But I asked him about people that would excel in this position. And I would like to extend an offer to you as a member of the Hidden Flame. Now, what exactly does that mean? There are a few benefits that I can assure you of. For one, if you do not know it already, I will teach you the magic behind Balefire, which I'm sure you're already familiar with. The spell used to destroy Darkfriend, Shadowspawn, and sever the ties of the Forsaken, which I hear, thanks to you and your companions, one has already been dealt with. Is that right?
That's correct, Hanvarth.
Very good. The Master Illusionist being dispelled and destroyed permanently is incredibly good news. So not only would I teach you Balefire, if you don't already know it, each member of the Hidden Flame is given a area of solitude within the Tower of Nebiatamon. This space is a place that is... It's a safe space, designed by you. Whatever your innermost light is, the room reflects it. It is a stronghold against the darkness and the shadow that, until the flame of Nebiatamon extinguishes, nothing can penetrate. It would be a room that you would have access to once a day, should you need to escape. You and your companions could fade away to there. It would work in a very similar way to... there is a spell that I know, Morninkainen's Magnificent Mansion. This spell allows for a much larger scale than what the room is, but it's a private sanctum for you to enter and to be safe. You and your companions could enter, stay there for a period of about 8 hours, and then leave. Nothing else could enter unless you permit it to. And finally, on top of that,
all of the knowledge, all of the information we have on dark friends, new and old, will be at your disposal. The only catch is there will be another spell I will teach you. A spell that you must understand that if we give you the information that we hold within the Hidden Flame, should that information fall into the wrong hands, should the Father of Lies or any of the Forsaken capture you and extract your memories and knowledge, we will be at a severe disadvantage. So should that happen, I will give you the ability to cast a spell that does not use the stores of magic you're used to, but uses your own life force. Its point is to burn you from the inside out, to destroy everything you are and everything you know, so that that information may not fall into the Dark One's clutches. It is a large ask, I know.
I've ironically been dealing with another group that I feel uses similar tactics, but I suppose at the same time I can understand why. And so what would you then be asking of me then? I mean, you already heard why I refused Hrothgar.
In all honesty, because you don't need to change anything you're doing. The only thing that would need to change is should you learn about the whereabouts of any Forsaken, of any Dark Friends, of any Shadowspawn. In your sanctum, there is a brazier. You write down the names and locations, and you burn it away. That information then is stored within the light for any member of the Hidden Flame to access.
Seems easier than having to get any word out manually then.
Much easier. Much safer, too, as it means no shadow spawn, no Forsaken, no Dark Friend. No individual that has sold any part of themselves to the Father of Lies can access that light. Even with what I had heard happen to Draven Hunt, looking to Hrothgar, and what has happened now, even if he had gone back and made his way to Nabir Taman and been cleansed, even he would not have been able to peer into that fire. Once your heart has been corrupted, it is that way forever.
I suppose to the point at hand, apologies, Hrothgar, I feel it's an offer I can accept.
Don't feel bad. When he brought it up to me, I know we didn't meet on the best terms. But even with what Dorian told me, I always knew you'd make a better member of the Hidden Flame than that of the children. And that's not an insult, that's the highest compliment I can pay you.
Oh, it's good thing to go off at least. Suppose that's all the questions I'd have. Although, I do hope, Hrothgar, there was other time we'd have to talk as well.
Of course, I'm more than happy to make time for you, Carousel.
And, one point I feel especially may change given current circumstances and changing of hands. The matter of the Kuatoa. And I suppose I don't exactly know exactly what I want from it, but if you know about their kind, their ability to manifest things for their belief, and, well, as I feel is little evident, managed to have some of them join us from when we were in the Underdark. And, well, thought initially came across as a joke I could pull a Morwen, but I feel like with their talents, I was thinking that they could perhaps help either Children of the Flame or the Hidden Flame. Not immediately, at least. I think they've still got a lot of kinks to straighten out in terms of their attitudes and behaviors, but I also don't think that negates any good that they could do. And I hardly think that I could go around the rest of my life with 5 of them following me. I'd be willing to at least get them there, but I suppose what I'm really asking is, do you think they'd be able to help?
I've done very few studies into the Underdark, aside from whatever is relevant to Malice. But if these Kuatoa believe in you, and you have already, as you said, started to instruct them on the ways of the light, then he looks to Hrothgar. It could work. Maybe sometime after the fighting is done, myself, you, and the rest of the Kuatoa could return to Bromsgrove, and you could show them it yourself. Show them the flame that they're supposedly worshipping.
I hope I have the chance. Admittedly, we get pulled into a lot of things, so whether or not I can may be a little bit up in the air, but I'll also say only issue with them is that, from everything I've been told and as well seen, is that if they're led astray, that could be even more harmful than it is helpful for us to be working with them. And so, if they are going to stay in Bromsgrove, I would also want them to be with someone, or at least some bodies, that'd be able to assure that they don't get corrupted.
Well, I hate to keep this burden on you, but why not just put them in your own divine sanctum?
suppose that'd work, but
Unless, of course, you you'd prefer not to. And kind of looks down at them that are just kind of like. Of course, you'd prefer not to, you know, be near them anymore. I wouldn't blame you.
I think my only hesitation would be if they'd only be able to help when I'm around.
That's a good point.
And I don't know how frequent that would be.
Very fair. I will do some research and I'll see if there's anything that could work in a more permanent matter. I don't know of anything off the top of my head, but as soon as I find something out, I will let you know.
I mean, I don't know how the whole sanctum thing work, but if it could be less a private one, but one that trusted individuals will also be able to access. That way they could stay there out of harm's way, and those that we know can be trusted would be also able to enter. And I don't say that to try and be untrusting of anyone, but we've already had a Draven.
It's a very good point. I will put together a list of people and a list of individuals that I trust, whether they be within the Children of the Flame or within the Hidden Flame. And as soon as I have a solution that fits your request, I will let you know.
Good. Also, bringing him up, what exactly is or was the plan with Draven?
I had hoped to give him a second chance.
And you just let him go try and get that chance by himself?
No, not by himself. He was sent with, what would that have been? 75 Goliath warriors and Keothi. It was something that, what I believe to be pals of yours, the Forerunners, something that they had been at least privy to. And I told him that he would need to make the pilgrimage. He would need to earn his redemption for the harmful deeds he had caused. You would think with the Goliaths and with Keothi that they'd make it, but it seems as though Keothi got a little caught up with all of you, and in Periton their numbers were thinned out, and...
The rest of them died.
Correct.
And so what now, then? I mean, you erased his memories. Does that mean everything, or can he get them back?
You can see Hrothgar looks to Logain, and the two of them share a look, and Hrothgar says,
If he's back in the clutches of the Father of Lies, then I suppose anything is possible. And the next time I encounter him, he doesn't get another chance.
But he's already wound himself up with the Loyalists.
Yeah. Yeah, well, locked up tight in Adarashi from what I hear, so needless to say, it's going to be a little hard to get my claws on him, but he'll stick his neck out eventually. He's too confident. If he does get his memories back, he'll think he's hot shit. And as soon as he walks off those islands, oh, I think there are a few people that'll be waiting for him.
At least he as long as he's dealt with. As well as any others that may have slipped through, I feel. I'm not sure what exactly has been happening on that front, but I should hope that at least the others that were under his command, any others that he was close to, have been vetted.
They have, in a very painful way. Those of his companions that were closest to him that avoided the events of Delner's Pass, they were interrogated, they were questioned, and if there was any reason to be suspicious of them in any way, those that were capable in the Hidden Flame used balefire. Very few of them survived. There were around 75 people that were killed.
What about those that weren't close to him? I'm sure Draven wasn't the only source.
You're correct. He wasn't. We're still doing what we can, and if you have any ideas, I'd be more than happy to hear them out and do my best to implement them. As of right now, the senior kindled and kindled that I trust, they keep an eye out. They keep a watchful eye, and should they see anything suspicious, they're sent to me for questioning. Should they not pass the questioning, they're sent off to the Hidden Flame for balefire. And if they fail, well, it's history. If they succeed, they go back to the ranks. But if you have a better solution, I'm more than happy to hear it.
I think unfortunately I don't. I mean, didn't like Draven, but didn't realize he was exactly a dark friend either.
Yeah.
And well, I suppose the other thing that I'd want to ask is, Morn is doing alright. I know you said, but I don't know, I worry about her.
Yeah, she's gotten a little banged up from time to time, but nothing she can't handle. She's taken to leading well. And I think you'd be proud of her if you could see what she's done.
Already have been. Make sure she stays safe, alright?
I will, and I think there's one more thing that you should be aware of, and meant to say this when you and your companions were all around, but the Forerunners had a run-in with Thor, and Odin for that matter. Except as I understand it, it was quite peaceful, as Thor helped kill Kalukatho, the Forsaken. However, the idiot didn't know to use balefire, so just sent him right back to the Father Eliza's clutches and made a fucking mess of this warehouse with all of Loro Khan's guts all over the place.
Right. And so it's not dealt with then?
Nope.
Only 2 instead of 3?
Correct.
And are they alright? I know you said it was amicable, but...
Oh, they're fine. From what I hear from the ladies of Hearthcrest, Thor showed up for the ball per the request of the Forerunners, apparently. Yep, he showed up, he helped them. Helped them fight Loro Khan. No conflict between the two groups.
Good to know, I suppose.
Yeah, interesting to say the least, considering our last interaction with the big fellow.
From what I also heard, Thor has never had love for any Goliath. I suppose that includes Orakan as well.
Yeah, I guess you're right. But update nonetheless that you should definitely be aware of.
Right. Off the board, but not entirely dealt with. It's good to know.
There's time, at least. Well, I very much appreciate you, Carasilla, but there's one final thing before you accept the offer. And I hope you take no offense to this, as I do not mean it with anger or spite or distrust, but it must be done. Provided you're not a dark friend, you won't feel a thing. But I wouldn't be doing my due diligence if I don't at least try.
Quick matter. I hope it wouldn't affect anything at least, but I was stabbed by Baijan, a little over a week ago. The mark still carries. Seems largely dissociated from the blade, but that's not going to trigger anything with the balefire, will it?
See the two of them look at each other. And Logain says, Baijan.
It's very unpleasant.
You were attacked by a Baijan.
Yes.
Things are worse than I could have feared. I don't know, honestly. Baijan,
Okay.
the last time they were used was before the Hidden Flame had been assembled. Any knowledge we have on them is limited. So, if anything, this is good research.
All right.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm sure. Well,
All right. And you see his raise up his hands. The pit of his palm immediately begins to glow white hot as you see this rod of iron shoot out towards your chest. It pierces through and it fades. And Carasilla, in a brief moment, you do not take any damage. Logain takes the standard 10 from casting it, but you do wince over in pain, gripping at your stomach. As it hurts, you feel this like twisting stomach ache, but you do not suffer any radiant damage. And you can see immediately like Hrothgar is like ready to draw the sword and Logain is ready to cast spells, but seeing you recoil and seeing no burning around your neck or chest or arms, both of them calm themselves and say, Logain says, sorry, I knew you said what you said, but can never be too sure. But there's no burning,
alright.
so...
yeah, I feel like she'd also reach up to him and just cure wounds to get rid of that damage.
you heal at the palm. Thank you. That's
Yeah.
very nice of you. Especially considering what I just did to you. Thank you.
That's all right.
Well, I suppose it's official then.
Yes, it is. Well, Carasilla, I welcome you as a member of the Hidden Flame, and I gladly bestow upon you the title of Keeper. And if you'll give me your hands, I'll transfer the knowledge of those spells.
She'll do that.
Okay. So, gripping on to the hands, there are 3 bursts of divine energy within you. And I'll go ahead and add all 3 of these spells to your sheet after today's session. For one, there is the spell of Balefire that Carasilla now knows how to cast. It's a 4th level spell. Deals 40 points of damage automatically. No roll to hit, no nothing. If it reduces a Dark Friend, Shadow Spawn, or Forsaken to 0 hit points, they are automatically destroyed and cannot be recreated or resurrected through any means. Then there is Divine Sanctum, which works similar to Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion or Mordenkainen's Arcane Sanctum. You pretty much create a room that has enough storage, has enough sleeping area, and has a decoration in a way that represents Carasilla's innermost light. So that'll be fun for you to figure out what that looks like. And then finally, he teaches you Celestial Reckoning. Celestial Reckoning is technically a cantrip, so you can cast it as many times as you want. But with Celestial Reckoning, you are automatically reduced to 0 hit points, automatically fail all 3 death saving throws, and your body and memory is completely obliterated. You are reduced to a fine pile of thread.
Really funny. That's a cantrip. I understand why, but
Yeah, but it's you can sling those spells as many times as you want.
Hell yeah! I kill myself over so many times.
You ever just want to divine reckoning yourself over and over and over again?
Every day, baby.
Yeah. Too funny. So you get that, and in a return to tone, Loghain grips your hands tightly, and he says, "It is no light thing to use that spell. I pray to all of the gods, all of the primordial titans, every entity that has ever existed that listens to prayers and tries to act upon them, that you never have to use it. Never."
Hope so too. Well, I feel in some weird way if circumstances ever did come, I'd rather have than not.
As strange it is to say, it's comforting to hear that.
Yeah.
But I have things I need to return to. There's a few,
And he looks to Hrothgar and says, "There's a few other matters I need to handle with the Silent Shields." You did not hear that. You did not hear that. I need to handle...
Special person to the Queen, that's all I know.
Correct.
He needs to celestial summoning himself right now. What a fucking mistake.
Fuck.
God damn.
So
Cast it. Cast the cantrip. Go ahead.
you can see that he will look to Hrothgar and say, "Thank you, friend, for everything you've done. And Carasilla, welcome."
Suppose I'll see you around more.
And with that, he'll smile and nod, and he'll turn around, he'll open the portal, and as he's walking through the portal, he'll be like, "Can't believe I said Silent Shields. I'm such an idiot." He walks into the portal.
Well,
Alrighty. So with that, Hrothgar will nod to you and say,
well, I think that Ajax had something he was cooking up. At this point, he's probably looking for you, so we can talk later. We still have a couple days before all the preparations are made, but I'm happy you're here, Carasilla, and I'm happy you're doing well.
same to you. Your arm especially looks good.
Yeah, it's a little weird getting used to. It's kind of strange. Imagine if one part of your body felt 5 years old and the rest of it felt... Oh, gods, I don't even want to think about it. Anyway, I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
and with that, he'll sort of head back to the war table and examine some of the units a little bit. As you head out of the keep, as Ajax, you gathered your supplies and you go one by one and find people.
So Ajax said 30 minutes. It probably took him about an hour. So he gathers up everybody and just says,
I'm going to bring all of you to a certain area in the city. Just follow my lead. I think it's well deserved before we go into battle.
and Ajax is going to lead everybody through the city to the Dryad's Grove.
Ooh. Bianca's bringing Alton.
Alton is there. And as you get to the Dryad's Grove, one of the trees there, you see a blanket spread out on the ground underneath the tree with a basket and many foods. As he goes and says,
I figured we are going somewhere that is not peaceful, not fun, and is going to be putting our lives in danger. So, in light of what you did for me one day, Carasilla, I decided we should all have a picnic.
Ajax, are you about to treat me to a picnic? Fuck yeah!
I am. There's even better. If you look here, Cecily, I got beignets for you.
Fuck yeah!
Carasilla, there's a beef stew. I know you like hearty soups. And Bianca, I know we both like steak, but with everything going on in Maester, I was able to get steak jerky.
Still sounds good to me.
Suni, I have mashed potatoes there for you.
His jaw drops.
and there are other things like aged cheddar cubes and like assorted nuts and like hardtack biscuits
Love.
and some assorted fruits. And there's freshly brewed tea.
Dude.
What kind?
Green tea.
Cute.
If there's... So, obviously Cecily will start with like 4 beignets, but if there's like a charcuterie spread, she's absolutely just gonna get little crusts and like try every combo and rate them 1 to 10.
Okay, awesome.
Ajax, yeah.
Yeah.
Ajax, he takes off the spear and shield, places them against the tree, actually takes off the pauldron, and he's just kind of in his tunic. His armor is off, and he sits down and starts drinking the tea.
Yeah, Bianca will also kind of remove the weapons and armor, and she'll actually, on a low-hanging branch, hang the little lantern with all the spirits and everything, and just kind of above to make it all aesthetic and cute. And when she sits down, she's gonna sit next to Carasilla and lean over and just like quietly say to her in her ear, "You know, Alton's never heard music before. Do with that what you want." So, and then she'll eat her jerky.
Yeah, she would have, before Bianca just leaned away, immediately would have responded with, "Don't see why that would be information that you would feel needed to point out to me, but I really appreciated it." And so she will look over to Alton, think for a minute. It's going to take beautiful. Are we not under a tree? Like, is it not shaded?
You are, but it's still daytime. Like it's still just because it's
Oh,
shaded. There's
man.
still sun, so he's
Under
not
a
as
tree.
he's not as in pain, but he's still squinting. It's still daylight outside. He's
I
lived in a
cast
cave his
darkness?
entire life.
On his
Wait, don't
back.
cast
Probably
darkness.
after all the meetings and stuff, you know, surely it's got to be getting into like evening so he cannot be just straining the whole time.
Yeah, okay. We'll say the sun is starting to set. There is wrong one.
It's cute.
There is a golden hue. There's clouds all around it. It's starting to
Sunset
move
picnic.
across and cover up. Pinks and golds and blues all over the sky.
The loud sipping noises really sets
As
the tone.
Alton kind of he takes off the hat,
Oh.
sets it down next to him, and he kind of like blinks. That's better.
Well, I feel like you've got to be able to get used to it at some point. I know others have been able to.
It's a good problem to have, honestly.
Not sure not being able to see completely is, but alright.
Well, I more so meant being able to not see because I'm in the sunlight.
Right, of course.
Yeah. So this is this overworld, like talking just to Carasilla, not talking to anybody else? Is this just?
I like to imagine they're like awkwardly across from each other, you know?
yeah, they're not
We're all
next
just-
to each other for sure.
Cecily's just between the two, just like
Is this
Here you go, curse fucking combos.
is this
Yeah.
is this overworld food?
I
No.
mean, it's not from the Underdark, tell you that much.
No,
yes,
it doesn't.
the answer is yes.
Oh, thank you, Ajax. He'll
yeah. I
take
mean,
it.
we got more stuff, but you know, it is some of it.
Oh, you see him? He just picked up a piece of cheese and like bit into it.
Oh, maybe
Ah,
I think
that was not
You
Try
good.
might-
some jerky.
yeah, try some of this. I don't know if that's something. It's something my dad likes, so I don't know if that helps.
That's better.
Okay.
Well, if you're not gonna
Back to
finish
the-
that little cheese,
Ew! It's like an abundance. And you...
just pick up the cheese he ate.
yeah. Cecily doesn't believe in food waste.
God. Believe in germs at least, please.
Germ theory doesn't exist yet. This is medieval time.
Oh, my asthma. Okay, that's fine.
Plus, Cindy has cure
Um.
disease, so
Sudi can cure my stomach bug if I get some of Alton's germs. It's fine.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I don't know how to go from there.
you can do it.
Alton's
No, I
just
can't. Yeah, beautiful. But as far as other things from the overworld, also here you don't have music down there.
that's true. We are dissuaded from doing anything that has anything to do with chords or stringed instruments or any type of rhythmic pounding, just because of the animals that it can attract. Most things use fuck, Joe can't think of the word.
Echolocation.
Echolocation, yeah. Most creatures use echolocation due to their blind nature. So making any type of noise is bad. Typically, it would lead to death for anyone to sing or to play music. So, no.
Would you be interested in?
Yes, I would love to hear some music.
Didn't necessarily say to hear music, because I think, especially if you haven't before, I have a better idea. And she will get up, and actually move over to where he is. That is if you're willing to trust me on something.
Sure.
In that case, firstly, I'd like to introduce you more formally, and she will, like, take off the strap for her hurdy-gurdy, and just, like, prop it right ways up, so, like, where the neck and the head and the actual, like, carved head is kind of, like, standing, and she's gonna have, like, her head, like, right next to it. And, like, hands around, like, the body of his wrist, like it's its shoulders. I'd like to more formally introduce you to a very dear friend of mine named Harriet Gertrude.
You named your instrument.
I did not name it. It was a name that was already given to her, but I've grown quite fond of it. And, like I said, if you're willing to trust me, she'll just kind of gesture it towards where he is. All it needs to do is sit in a lap. I'm not going to ask you to play anything right from the get-go. That's not how that works. But if you would just place your hand like this over the crank, and she'll kind of like grab it and put it on there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And all you need to do is turn it.
He begins to
Steady.
slowly turn it.
Steady like you would with a breath. Over, down, over, down. Good. And then she will kind of swivel herself around, and sit right next to him, because it's only a small instrument. And she will just start just forming little chords with the keys, just to give it a little bit more. And just play something a little simple, you know? It's not that hard, is it? But there's also, I suppose, more the benefits of simpler things that allow for a bit more of augmentation. And she'll kind of just like start to add little flourishes to what she's doing. And I suppose the reason why I feel this is the best way is because music isn't exactly meant to be something that's just heard. It is meant to be something that is shared, like a language. Can't exactly have words all to yourself.
It's beautiful.
And can also add in a few more things, and she has one hand playing the keys, and with that spare hand she is going to reach over and grab onto where his hand is on the crank, have her hand over, and start just doing it so it has a little like trumpets for the hurdy-gurdy, adds that kind of like percussive element to it. And she will just start to get into something just a little bit more complicated, still keeping his hand on the crank though.
You can see he is fully enamored and enraptured in what you're doing. He's lingering on every single word.
Yeah, and so she will just start to play. And normally, you know, she will add in flourishes, obviously, make things sound like, you know, more technical, but this, she's trying to show off. And so she's making just the most complicated little additions she can, and just really show it off. Or we'll still have our out and right there for the extra flair if I'm good at this, you know?
Yeah, I can steer an absolute novice through the most complex things. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
You do. And you can see that by this point, like, instead of like looking back and forth at you and the Gertie, just sort of like watching both, you can see that he is like watching the way that your hand is moving on the keys and the way that it cranks, and you can see him start to nod his head and rock a little bit. You can see him start to feel the music and feel the rhythm, as opposed to just listening and being enamored with it like a enraptured audience member. You can see that he's a part of it now. You can see that he is making the music with you, even if he's doing very, very, very little.
It's helping. But yeah, and so eventually she'll just kind of finish off whatever piece, and we'll just kind of like turn and smile at him. So?
You see, he's just like staring at you.
Sorry.
Speechless.
Yes. Very, very, very much so. I've never seen or heard something so beautiful. I've never made anything like that. Thank you.
Of course. And I mean, she'll kind of like retreat, so she doesn't have like her hand like around him. and and yeah, she will she'll take back her Gertie for one thing.
Give me back my child.
Not in a possessive way, but you know, a little bit possessive.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And she's gonna grab herself another thing of tea, but she's going to stay next to him.
Ajax is gonna nudge Bianca.
I have something for you.
Oh.
And he starts to undo one of the braids. And he hands you the piece of Issen's tower.
What's this?
Piece of Issen's tower that I picked up in Parrot.
Thank you. What made you... Thank you.
Well, as you can see, I like to collect things as I go. Memories. Throughout my adventures, travels, and battles. Initially, I was going to keep it. I think you deserve it more. It's something personal to you. To let you know that you defeated something. That you overcame that darkness and that creature. And that Periton is safe because of you.
Thank you. I don't think I could forget, but mementos are good, and it's good to be proud of those things, and I feel like I could learn from you how to be more proud of my accomplishments. As she looks at all of the adornments that Ajax has from his accomplishments. And she'll start to make a braid. and weave it into her hair.
Looks pretty badass.
Thank you. Modeling it after someone I know.
Ajax looks to the party and says,
I know we have a long road ahead of us. And that in the coming days, there won't be much time for joy, or laughter, or the company of a friend. Where we are headed is war. I wanted to let all of you know that you have changed my life better. And I am grateful that I found you. Thank you for letting me be a part of this.
Ajax, I can only take so many gentle gent.
Well, when you get up in age, you start to look at things in a brighter light.
No, I'm
My-
really,
Good.
I'm really happy. As much darkness surrounds us and struggle that we deal with, you all have been such a light. And it's really hard. Oh no.
Mark disagrees.
The overlay.
You're the only thing that
Wouldn't be
matters.
100 sessions of that happening if it didn't happen today. Should I wait?
I mean, I feel like he's gonna be back any second, surely.
Yeah,
Normally is.
she's usually back in like a few.
Mm-mm.
Well, she's missing. Okay.
Thanks to
Well-
everyone but Cecily.
Yeah, honestly.
That bitch.
But she'll wrap that up with just a I don't know how I could have lived a life without knowing you all. It's been really a blessing.
I'm in like the minority here. I've known all of you for most of my conscious life, so like, you know, it doesn't make a huge difference on mine. You've all been here as long as I can remember, pretty much.
I feel like this sounds too much. I'll hear it. Feel a lot of this sounds too much like a final farewell. I think as much as I've loved all your company, I'd much like to have it more in the future. And so I'm sure better days are in the yet to come.
Let's plan on it.
Yeah, there's no getting out of this group. This is like forever,
How long is
as
forever?
I'm concerned.
A very long time, Ajax.
I don't know if I have that many years.
You can see at about this point, coming through a collection of trees, you see a very large individual sort of duck underneath one of the branches and say,
Well, you said it was for forever, right? And here all of you have been in town for several hours now, and no one came to check in on me? I have to come and find you in a grove all alone?
I'll stop moping
Ajax,
about
he
and
invited
join us
us.
then.
Okay.
Hey,
Listen, Yothi, I am so sorry, but I met my dad today, okay? I'm a little overwhelmed.
You're all right. I was just joking.
And
Good
you
to
can
see you
see.
again, Keothi.
Yeah, she sits down with you guys.
It's very nice to see all of you again. And hello.
Looking towards Alton.
I'm assuming they must have met you in the Underdark? Yes, that's true. Carasilla just showed me about music. It was very beautiful.
You can see Keothi kind of looks to you, Carasilla, like, oh.
Yeah, she will nonchalantly like lean back, so she's like, she's behind where Alton is for like Hero's view, and she's just got a mouth. He's staying.
Keothi.
Well, Alton, welcome to the group. I hope you're ready to be here for forever.
Showing forward on him appreciation, hell yeah.
Forever is a long time.
Can
Can
all
we
of
have
you
to-
play music?
I can dance, kind of.
No.
Ajax has been to one of my recitals.
You can dance pretty good, from what I remember.
I'm way
I
out of
cannot
it.
play any music.
I can make what Caracella's doing look a little cooler. We've done that a couple times. That was fun. By the way, guys, I know I don't need to tell anyone this, but beef and strawberry, 2 out of 10. Don't do that one.
Oh, Keothi, have
Oh,
you
really?
tried the strawberries?
Are there tropical strawberries?
I don't know, Ajax, did you get any tropical strawberries?
Of course I did.
Well, as you know, anything's tropical for me. Nom 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 nom.
Oh,
Why are you
God.
making that sound while you
Obviously.
eat?
That's what I sound like when I eat strawberries. So for those of you that don't know, we had a weekly question where I said that Keothi liked tropical fruit salads and I included strawberries. For
No,
those of you that don't know,
especially strawberries.
especially
Strawberries, I think, was the only fruit that was mentioned. Let's make this clear.
That is true. Strawberries grow in temperate zones. I didn't know that. Oopsie poopsie. So in Illica,
Like a
there are
temperate
tropical
coconut.
strawberries. Because I fucked up. Okay, so,
Oh, God.
oh boy, I love strawberries. They're extra big
Oh,
because
yeah.
they're tropical.
Oh my god.
Alton, did you ever have a fruit down there, or was it all like meat and mushrooms?
Is sometimes in the higher halls where the matrons and high sisters would meet, sometimes they would have delicacies from the overworld. Fruit was one of them, but I never had any.
Oh. Well, King Alton. And she's gonna kind of look at what's around and be like, start with something that isn't gonna kill you. Here, here's a grape. Looks like a lot of juice in there, so like, don't get scared. It kind of pops.
Is this an eyeball?
No, that's it's a plant organ. I didn't listen that day in class.
It's,
so-
it's not an eyeball.
I feel like that's the worst way to phrase it. It is not anything like an organ or anything corpse-like at all.
Just try it.
You'll like it.
It's a
Most
little
likely.
gift from nature.
There
Yeah.
you go.
That's a much better way to put it.
Vague, but better than what I said.
I mean, fruit is the more correct terminology. Fruit of a plant.
No, you can't describe fruit as
Yeah.
fruit when you're trying to explain to someone.
It kind of
Basic
it,
point.
it kind of stings a little bit.
Oh.
The green ones always sting a little bit.
Oh, you mean like
I think
slightly
that's sour.
Yeah,
Mm.
that's just a different flavor.
Different colors are doing different things.
Do you?
Not to mention you can press them as well into wines.
Oh, I actually do have wine.
Have you tried anything sweet before?
No, most of the diet that I had was enough to keep me up on my feet and
Oh my
Fed.
goodness. Time for you to live. And she's gonna look for the sweet fruit that they have, which I'm trying to think of a sweet fruit off the top of my head right
Tropical
now.
strawberries.
Tropical strawberries.
Yeah.
Lychees? They're also tropical. There you go. Those are very sweet.
Oh,
Yeah, those-
lychees!
I got
I
'em
love
all.
those.
They're all here.
They're tropical.
Everything. Ajax went to every single person in Maester and was like, "What you got?"
It's just a smorgasbord of just everything.
Can you imagine?
Huh.
Lion Man burst down your shop. I need fruit. Eat it. Please, fast.
So, you have Alton try a plethora of different fruits. He gives you his rating and impressions. He does tend to like things that are sweeter, but not too large of bites, as they are a little overwhelming, at least initially. His palate is rather bland. So to have, whether it be spice or sweetness or sour, a lot of it is very overwhelming for him. He'll have to develop some taste buds for it. But he does definitely enjoy sweeter things.
I want to finish him off with a corner of Cecily's sixth beignet. She'll
Yes.
sacrifice a corner of the sixth beignet. for
Okay.
him.
He is your average white man in the Midwest of America. He'll take the beignet and he'll.
The outside is just slightly crunchy, but the inside is so soft. But
Yeah.
not soft like the grape.
Yeah.
But then it's so much, oh my goodness, it's so much sweeter than any of the other fruits.
Yeah.
That's really good.
I fucking know it is, dude. Up top. And she's gonna offer a high five and give him more.
So far, Overworld day 1. Well, nope, definitely not day 1. Overworld tour. How we feeling?
It's all still very stressful, but I've never felt happier.
You know, our lives are very stressful, I feel like, just on average. So, don't let that fool you too much. Most people don't spend their days around war tables.
How long have all of your lives been stressful for?
Well, mine since the beginning, but I don't know about everyone else.
Same.
Well, I was born with a curse, so. But I grew up pretty okay, so I guess, depends on your definition. It's only been about. How long is it since she met everybody in Summer's Rest and drank the Kool-Aid, be a blood hunter?
I feel like it feels like 9 months. I don't know.
Go with it.
I have it. I have it. I have it.
Oh, he's
Calendar.
Oh shit.
referencing the lore.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay, I do have it. See, fucking yeah, dude. Okay, cool. Have it in my calendar app.
Hell yeah.
That's why I
God
love you.
damn, oh Jesus Christ. The wardens were doing crazy shit while you guys were still fucking So, just for reference, you guys left Summer's Rest on the 18th of Hearthfire. Which is let me see here. Hearthfire, so it's January, that's December. This is November. So on the 18th of November, you guys left. On the 11th, oh shit, fuck a duck. Okay, so on the 11th of November is when you guys prevented the heist. So on the 18th of November is when you left. Just for context, the wardens arrived on the 88th layer of the abyss 4 days before that. So the wardens were in the abyss as you guys were riding out of the fucking
Wait, this
Summer Stress.
campaign has only taken place in 3 months?
No.
Because it's Frostwind. Earthfire was 2 months ago.
No, I clicked save date on accident. I didn't mean to. So 1 month, 2 months, 3 months,
We've
4
been hostile
4 months,
last year.
5 months. It's been about 6 months. So right now you're in
All right.
green grass.
So she
Green
will
grass
say,
the 9th.
definitely the past 6 months. But I'd say it comes in waves, you know? Life's not supposed to be consistently stressful.
Yo, wait, have we only been doing this for 6 months?
Well, we did have a portion of it in a different period of time.
Yeah, I know, but it honestly feels more like 3 years, if you ask me.
In a way.
It really
Wait.
does.
What do you mean by a portion of it in a different time?
Yeah, we went to the
Yo.
past.
We didn't tell you about going to the past?
I feel like we've
No,
definitely
you-
put you in on this.
I feel like I would have remembered this.
We've also been to the future.
Yeah, but that was.
And how was that?
I
That
was
was
better.
bad.
Do
Right.
we win the battle?
Not in that future.
Shit.
That future was wrong.
Yeah. I mean, it is
Wait,
now.
there's multiple futures.
Well, you can change the future. Basically, it was saying the trajectory that we were on at the time that we saw the future was death and despair.
Alton, you okay? How you handling this?
It's all very strange. I was just going to let all of you talk and assume that it wasn't super relevant to my
No, that's
my 6th day
Yeah.
on the surface.
I
that's
Alton.
feel like the point should be we are in very unprecedented times at the moment.
Alton,
Life
do not
is
worry.
normally like
I've
this.
been with them for a month and I keep learning new information. So I too am still out of the loop on some things.
He stood inside the mouth of a dead god.
yeah.
Suni.
See? That's new too.
I mean, but that is badass though.
I thought so too.
Suni stole from a dead god. And
That
almost
doesn't
died
seem like
for
a
it.
good idea.
Right.
I didn't
That
give
is
it back
pretty
to her.
badass,
They
though.
stole it back, but not
It was
here.
returned somewhere. Yeah.
Well, you guys have definitely gone through some crazy times.
We have.
Shucks.
Ajax just looks at everybody and has like this big smile across his face, and he just says,
I love you guys.
Love you too.
I love you guys so much.
Now we have to go fight demons.
I have a lot of trouble with that word, and I haven't been able to say it since I was 11. But it's in here.
We know.
Okay, good.
I'll say it for you. Cecily and I love all of you too.
Mm. Thank you, but that felt weird. I'm gonna have to get over that. Just not now. Anyway, I have to go pick up, armor? I guess?
Armor.
What does armor feel like, team? I don't think I'm gonna like it, but Tyr wants me to have some.
Feels like you have more protection.
Yeah, but like, I'm so wee. I'm gonna be weighed down.
Not
Well,
really.
there are
That's
certain
maybe-
armors Exactly. There are certain armors that won't weigh you down at all. Mithril is one of them. It's light as a feather.
Yeah, he probably has something special.
Feel like
It
it's
is
also
coming
the
from your
same.
dad.
Sure, it's also the same as, getting so many new extra skirts. They're designed to be distributed. All the weight of it will feel like nothing after you're used to it.
I guess that's fair. Can't believe I used to just wear 2. 5 is the way to go. I'm just gonna say it. I don't know how to handle having a dad all of a sudden. I mean, I knew it was coming. But, look, it's not like I've had a death wish in a while. Okay? I've been working on it. But, now I really can't die.
You're not going to die, Cecily.
I
Remember,
know.
we said forever.
And forever is a very long time.
Indeed. I'm glad that your dad is here.
He seems cool. Very soft. Talks real slow and thoughtful like. I don't know what his hobbies are. Didn't really come up. I should ask him about that.
Listening.
I'm really used to getting new moms. I've never done the dad thing before. Is it different?
They are different. I've never gotten parents though, so I don't know what that's like.
Well, other than your default ones. Yeah.
Good thing is you're gonna have plenty of time to realize what it's like and learn all about it.
Right. Took me like a year to start calling Denier Mom. So I guess I shouldn't worry about rushing that. Anyway,
Everything will come with time.
he seems like a cool guy, and on the practical side of things, he's really powerful, but I feel like he doesn't want to fight much anymore because of some shit that happened.
It's fair.
And he's got a lot to say about Odin. I will report back on that. But in the meantime, I am very full, and I want to make sure this armor fits me right. I mean, it's gonna be huge, and then he said it's gonna shrink, but still, like, I don't want to be going in for the armor fitting with a food belly, you know.
Well, in that case,
Ajax leans over and takes a beignet.
What? Hey, what? No,
Hey,
okay. No,
you
you're
said
right.
you were done. I was waiting
I
until
said-
you were done.
I said, thank you for waiting. You're so kind. Okay, you can have the rest. I'll get up and dust her 5 skirts.
All right.
Okay. Wish me luck for armor thing. Dwarf time. Thank you.
Good luck, Cecily.
Okay. So, Cecily, as you begin to walk away, Suni, sitting amongst your friends in this warm, natural grove, being surrounded by love and friendship and care, you feel something begin to writhe. You can feel the joints of your armor, where originally it may have been studded links of metal or bands of leather holding it together. You can feel the armor kind of shake and shimmy as that leather and that metal and those interconnecting joints, they begin to melt away. And you can see these vines growing between these interconnected leaves and rope-like vines that now hold your armor together, as opposed to the manufactured elements that were there before.
He'll kind of move his like shoulders and arms around a little bit and kind of look around and feel at it. Just taking it in. Does it feel like, I don't know, any different when he moves his arms around and stuff?
You feel grounded. Like whenever you're touching the earth or the grass, you feel a much stronger connection to those things. And when you press down into the grass and lift your hand up, you can see where your hand once was. A bundle of small flowers begin to sprout and grow very, very, very slowly.
A smile's gonna creep over his face, and he's just going to like flop back onto his back and do like a snow angel, trying to see if he can get a bunch of that little flowers to start growing.
Yes,
in his body image.
Those of you that are still there, you see an image begin to grow in the grass of a flower angel. Except as soon as he begins to move his arms back and forth, initially you can see these small like daffodils or roses begin to sprout. But as soon as he continues to move, you can see they kind of retract a bit, and then growing from the ground are these like weeds, specifically the dandelions that have all of the small little like spines attached to them, that when you pull them out of the ground and you blow on them, all of those small fuzzy tendrils, they just kind of fly away. And so Suni, as you're moving your arms back and forth, eventually, as you do that a few more times, all of these small white little tendrils begin to be carried up by the wind and carried out and away from the grove.
He'll kind of sit up on his hands from his back and like watch them float away and just feel very at peace with nature at the moment. And he'll pick up another one of the dandelions and he'll close his eyes for a second and think a thought to himself, and he will try to blow all of the little bristles off of it.
Okay. As you do, they blow away. And as you're gripping it in your hand, you feel that connection to that plant as the small stems, they regrow. As Suni, you have now learned the Druidcraft cantrip.
Oh, yeah.
Which I will go ahead and add that to your character sheet.
So cute.
It's cute.
All with Mark.
We're all gaining cantrips. Some more devious than
What's
others.
Ajax's cantrip gonna be?
Same level. Conjure flowers, suicide. Same thing.
Hey, this is my first cantrip. Yay.
Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah, because you're a paladin, yeah. I didn't think about that.
So, from there, we move to our final event of the session. Cecily, you make your way up the long and arduous hill leading to the keep. You head deep into the cavernous halls of the Order of the All-Seeing, and there you find Tyr. Standing beside him, you can see Vondor. As the two of them discuss, you can see Vondor hands him a breastplate along with vambraces. And you can see attached to the breastplate there is this fur rim around the collar, this shorter cloak that goes about down to the thighs, about a half cape, and you can see a hood that is attached to the breastplate. You can see Tyr turns to you and says,
Very good. Right on time. I was just about to come and find you.
and you can see he looks to you with a smile and says,
The armor is not the same as what I wore many, many, many years ago. Its connection to me has been broken. The magic that lied within now sleeps. It is dormant. It needs someone of my blood that is committed to justice and fairness, same as me. I know you are still on your journey, Cecily, but I have faith in the beautiful young woman you will grow to be. May it protect you from all harm that befalls you, whether it be from the Aesir that would do you harm, or for the demons in that keep. I give to you my armor, the Aesir Bane breastplate.
So I'm gonna go ahead and Cecily, as he hands it to you, do you say anything before you begin to put it on?
She'll definitely study it for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Still just kind of taking it all in. He's never really worn something like this before, and she's just sort of turning it over. This is the biggest sentimental piece of metal I have ever been given. So you have the others beat there.
Well, it won't be that big for long. And, well, do not be deceived by its weight. I can promise you it is as hard as dragon scales.
As you grab a hold of the breastplate and hold on to it, it is as light as a basket. That it barely has any weight to it.
Wow. And she'll just be kind of feeling it. Do you still have any interest in gardening?
Yes, I do. It was something I loved long before my memories were robbed from me.
And she'll kind of take a moment and set the armor down for a second and grab it, the locket by her chest, and click it open. Estrid wasn't around for me for very long. The person I call Mom is here. And she'll show it. She taught me to garden. And then she'll close it and start to motion to the bracelet on her left wrist. And then one of the people we were traveling with, he was called the Boy Lost in Time, a weed in the garden. He was called by Freya.
That does not surprise me from her.
Well, he made this. And now a third person that has something to do with the garden is giving me something else. I guess I'm saying this because I know we don't really know each other yet. But I think it means something. I think when all this is over and I'm living some sort of normal life as much as I can, I think I'm meant to garden. I've spent my whole life ripping up weeds because I've had to, and I think I'd want to put down my weapons at some point too. So maybe before I leave for the fort tomorrow, if you just want to find a spot. I think the Dryad might need some help organizing things now.
It would be the greatest joy of my life to garden with you, Cecily.
And he'll hug you.
Yeah, and she'll hug back for sure. And she'll now officially don the armor.
Cecily, as you begin to strap on the vam braces and tuck on the breastplate, initially it is just a little silly, as you do look like the same way that boys do when they put on their dad's suit jacket, right? That is exactly what you look like right now. But after a short period of time, 2 or 3 minutes, the armor begins to shrink. It begins to pull in towards you as you begin the attunement process. The armor itself looks a little something like this, which I will go ahead and now show in the chat here. There we go. So, armor looks like this.
Fuck yeah.
Has the same scroll work on the hood and on the shawl that goes around the neck and down the side, tucked into the belt. And as you attune to it, you realize the magic that is within this piece of armor. So for one, yes, it is mithril armor. So, no disadvantage on stealth checks, and it has no strength requirement to use it. It is a breastplate in terms of armor. The armor itself right now is considered dormant, which means that there are still stages that need to be awoken by your own actions. So for one, this armor has charges. It has 4 charges. It regains 1d4 minus 1 daily at dawn. It has one feature that uses the charges as of now: Divine Shielding. As a reaction, when you are an ally within 30 feet or targeted by a spell or magical effect that requires a dexterity saving throw, you can expend 1 charge from the Aesir Bane breastplate to create a shield of divine energy. The target gains advantage on the saving throw, and if it succeeds the saving throw, they take no damage instead of half damage. This ability represents the armor's ability to channel the protective blessing of the Aesir gods to ward off harmful magical effects. Then the armor also has the feature Unwavering Bravery. This armor has an intrinsic connection to the core strength of Tyr, his bravery. Even in his final moments, he felt no fear. You, now, while attuned to this item, are immune to the frightened condition. So,
Sweet.
Mithril, immune to frightened, and a shield you can use on your allies within 30 feet of you. So you or your allies.
Cool.
And as you feel the armor attune, you can feel that connection strengthen. And you feel the armor accept you, as the armor knows that you are a true descendant of Tyr.
Is there an AC buff as well? You said breastplate. Is it just like the breastplate stat, or?
Yes.
Okay. Because
Yeah,
honestly, having more than 12 AC sounds mint.
Yes. So it's breastplate, which I believe is 15 plus your dex mod up to 2.
Sweet.
I'm pretty sure.
So I just, yeah. So I can go to 17 then.
Yeah, that's which is a big chunk for you.
Fuck yeah. That's like an actual number. 12 just means I'm getting it.
Sorry,
there's no chance.
14 plus 2, so you're at 16.
Okay, 16. Still.
I knew I thought I was
There's
off there.
Yeah, there's like a chance they'll miss now. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Oh man, I
Yeah,
missed so much. Knights of the Silver Moon, thank you so much for the raid. Oh my goodness. Oh, God.
Yo, hello. Wow. Jeez. Hello, raid people. I'm meeting my dad. D&D.
Well, you've met your dad.
Yeah.
I'm
Second
meeting my dad's
Second-
armor.
second-
What, maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's the first word. Oh.
Yeah.
They talk.
Fourth, if you count me peeping him in the Dew of Yggdrasil. Like, who dat?
God.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You saw the back of his head.
Yeah, that's true.
So,
I was like, who's that
Cecily,
guy?
as you connect with the armor, you feel it embrace you as the true firstborn of Tyr. You and him share that moment, and I give you this power, Mark. Is there anything that Cecily would like to say to Tyr before we end the session?
She would, yeah. She is going to, because it's bracers and then the plate, right?
Yeah, correct.
So I think that leaves a perfect gap where the Cecily plant would still show.
Oh, yeah.
And she's just going to pluck one off. I've thought about giving this back to you every day. And she'll just extend it out to him, hoping that he remembers the part of him that offered it when they first spoke.
You see, he grabs it and he pulls out from underneath his shirt and vest that he's currently wearing. He pulls out a small chain link necklace, and attached at the end is 2 rings. And you can see he kind of takes the small bit of the Cecily weed and he will tie it in between the 2 rings. and sort of touch at it, say,
And now, I will have memory of the two most important women in my life always on me.
And that's it.
okay. Alrighty. So as the two of you stand there, happiness, if only for a shared moment before the horrors of war that begin to unfold in the coming days and weeks. On that note, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Woo! Wee! Well, thank you so much, Knights of the Silver Moon, and everybody from there for catching the tail end of our 100th session of the Adventures of the Salamander Coast.
Whoa!
Sad part is you guys only had 100 sessions to figure out the whole Dark One stuff, so now you just gotta hope that the Isles crew cleans up, because next Tuesday you're all gonna need to have new characters, and yeah, we're pretty much gonna start over. So.
Hell yeah.
Cool. Good thing I
Can't
got that
wait.
armor.
Yep.
I'm gonna make a
That's
character
really
only one
fucking useful.
Oh man. So thanks so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to tune in tomorrow for the Tales of Everend as we fight shadow monsters from the Astral Sea. Be sure to tune in on Saturday. Fuck, Isles is actually going to be back. It's crazy. As Isles, at the beginning of the session, we saw Emeriel and Dark Emeriel in a pocket dimension in the Astral Sea. This pocket dimension is in a black hole. Shit's weird in Isles, man. It's so fucking
Welcome
weird.
to D&D.
So they're gonna go into a black hole to save one of the most powerful sorcerers on the plains, in the hopes that he'll be actually able to do something for once, as opposed to just being useless. So
Yeah.
they're gonna do that, and that's gonna be super fun. And then of course, this Sunday for Buried Time, as we delve deep into, what was the thing you said, John, as Elias? Temporal refractions?
Temporal reverberations.
Temporal reverberation.
Yeah.
Temporal reverberations.
Yeah. Your tiny hut is gone and you're getting chased by a robot.
Yeah, dude. Fucking
Yeah.
ready for it.
With no spell slots.
Or,
I'm getting chased and kill it.
you know what's more special than session 100? Session 101 of the Salamander Coast next Tuesday.
Oh, God.
That's
So-
crazy.
You're right.
So
Numbers work that way.
thanks so much for watching, everybody. Hope you enjoyed. We got a lot of stuff going on. Thank you, and we'll see you next time.